Take and welcome to our think tank event, the International Expert Roundtable on countering the toxic interface of migration, human trafficking, and related labor exploitation. Thank you all for being here on the spot at the, they call it Catamaran because it looks like a catamaran, yeah, the building at the headquarters of the Austrian Federation. What was it? The right expression was the Austrian Federation of Trade Unions. And so we are very grateful that we are hosted here. And our objective today is to engage in meaningful dialogue, challenge existing assumptions, and work towards actionable solutions. And this is a space for open, respectful, and constructive discussion. And without further delay, I would like to give the floor to the Vice President of the Austrian Trade Union Federation for her welcome address, because thank you very much for hosting us. Please, Corinna Schumann, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. At first, I would like to give you a hearty welcome to the House of the Trade Union Federation in Austria. I'm very glad that you are here. And we trade unionists know that the world of work is characterized by injustices. People in informal labor are especially affected. Victims and survivors of human trafficking show us worlds where most people do not want to look at. The world is upheaval. Democracies are in danger or are being dismantled piece by piece. The political arena is dealing more or less solution-oriented with multiple crises of our time. However, it's precisely those who have to make a living under the most difficult conditions who are at least listened at. Human trafficking concerns us all, including us trade unions. Anyone who attacks workers, regardless of their status, is attacking us. Political decision makers invest too little commitment and financial resources to adequately tackle the fight against human trafficking. Our commitment is therefore urgently needed. The fight against human trafficking cannot bypass the fight against xenophobia. Politicians who profit from the xenophobia must be unmasked. Their seizure of power must be prevented as far as possible. Viewing people as commodities is the end of the capitalist abuse of their value. Who are the victims? They are those losers of the economic system. Life stories become stories of suffering. And even if people manage to free themselves from them, they are left with a collection of trauma, pain, and mistrust. Nothing can completely make up for the inhumanity they have experienced. The protection of human rights must always be fought for. The networking of its defenders must always be promoted. We must act. We need to complete the picture of the perpetrators. We must point out which companies, which economic operators are benefiting from this. We need to hold inactively political decision makers accountable. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all here today. Your commitment is urgently needed. Thank you all, and thank you very much for your strength. The fact that you are all here today can give those who are affected hope that their suffering will be recognized and the efforts will be made to reduce it. I would especially like to thank Helga Conrad, who works tirelessly for the rights of victims and survivors of human trafficking. Thank you very, very much, Helga. Thank you all for your commitment and persistence in sharing your expertise and keeping up with the pressures on decision makers. With this in mind, I wish you a good event and as well as a good networking. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Corina, again, that we are able, that we can be here in this wonderful venue and ambience. And I would also, just at the beginning, say thank you also very much to Lizzie Kendall. She helped a lot in the administration and organization. She's also from the Trade Union Federation. So thank you very much at the beginning for this. Thank you. So this is our 27th think tank event. We started in 2010. So you would maybe ask why in 2010? Well, it was 10 years after the unveiling of the UN protocol, and we realized that what was said and meant in the protocol and in other treaties was not fully implemented. So we said, well, we must do something so that we can move forward, that we come to grips with this immense problem of human trafficking. So it's the 27th round table, and hopefully, or maybe we have also to continue next year, because next year we have 25 years of the UN protocol, and we will have a look at what has worked, what hasn't, was it a waste of time, whatever. So it will be a critical discussion. This is the format we have. It's not so much just telling, we know that many groups, many initiatives do a lot of interesting and good things, but it's less on telling what is being done, which is wonderful. It's more on looking at what needs to be done better and what can we do more. This is the idea of this roundtable. I would also like to say that we don't do it alone, because we all know that no country alone, no organization alone can really be successful in the fight against human trafficking. We do it together with others, with many NGOs really, but also with the strategy for the Danube region, for instance. We do it with the Urban Forum. We do it with CEPA, the Center for European and International Policy Action. We do it also together because we are here in Vienna. I would like to mention we do it together with the Office of Human Rights, the Vienna Office of Human Rights. Vienna as a city for human rights. And I know I saw that the head of this office, Shams Asadi, is here. Welcome, and thank you very much for the cooperation and also for administrative support. So before we had the idea this time that we would also like to invite so-called political stakeholders, more or less, to tell us what they think about the issue, what they think about the problem, what they can do. We don't expect that you can already solve everything, but we can do better, and therefore we had the idea to invite them to start with. And before I do so and introduce them to you, let me make two preliminary remarks. First, and this is what we know, meanwhile, there are no magic pills for success in anti-trafficking. To prevent and to combat human trafficking requires knowledge of the patterns and the factors and the circumstances that allow human trafficking to happen. What we certainly must admit is that over the years, there is a tendency to brush off certain problems has remained over the years. A ping pong between institutions and countries, confused perceptions between trafficking and related areas such as illegal migration, prostitution, smuggling, bogus asylum seekers, irregular workers, etc., still exists. And this is a problem. So we will try today also to be a bit clearer on all these issues. Very often action is being taken simply for the sake of action, not leading nor producing meaningful results. And we have so far not really moved from a curative role towards a greater focus on prevention, because really we should prevent that human trafficking is going to happen. We have not yet moved away from the typical one problem, one instrument approach towards a greater integration into other areas of policy making, such as development cooperation, technology transfers, trade, investment, just to name a few. Also, this will be an issue of discussion for today. And second, there are no purely technical solutions to human trafficking. Anti-trafficking efforts are political in nature, and I think we have to understand that, and therefore I'm grateful that we have high-level officials here. We would also have liked to have politicians here, but at the moment in Austria this is difficult, you know, after these elections. But we have those who do the job, you know, they have to do the job. So I'm grateful that you have accepted our invitation, and I would immediately ask Wolfgang Spadinger. He's the Deputy National Coordinator on Human Trafficking, and he's located at the Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs. And I would like to invite him to come to the floor and to tell us what he thinks, you know, about the issue. So it's not only, we all know you do a lot, you know, of course you have, you are the national coordinator in Austria, but we would also like to hear from you what you think about the issue, about this link, this, as we call it, this toxic interface between migration and human trafficking. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Helga. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dublin, Vienna. And we can't be blamed, hopefully, for the weather, but at least we have made sure that when it's raining and pouring, that we are safe to have this meeting on a ship, on the Catamaran. I would first like to start with a profound thanks to Helga Conrad, who does a marvelous job bringing together a really very well selected and distinguished group of experts, of really knowledgeable people from all areas every year, and does this without ever tiring, and always brings new perspectives to our discussion. So thank you very much, Helga. This is a great help to all the other efforts being done here. Openings are great. You sit down, you develop your ideas, you come up with some glimpses of this and that, and what it ends with is pointing out the good things and the successes. And then you stand here and you present them. So at the task force of combating THB in Austria, which the Foreign Ministry, or Ministry of European and International Affairs, as it is called now for several years, is chairing, we would be tempted to say, yes, we have developed, together with the partners in the task force, the National Action Plan. A new National Action Plan now for the first time for 4 years. We have streamlined it. We have 103 measures, and we have included for the first time the role of former victims, of the so-called survivors, into the action plan. We are really working hard on a national referral mechanism, not only for children, which has been developed to a certain extent, but for all victims. And we want to seriously tackle also other marginalized groups who were not in the previous versions. We would point out that in 2 weeks' time, we are hosting the biggest conference, yearly conference on trafficking in human beings in the Diplomatic Academy, the Vienna School of International Studies, with a participation of 200 persons in presence and 400 online. This year on the topic Trafficking in Human Beings, a Private Matter, question mark. We hope that many of you will be there, either in person or online. There are some booklets with the program. It is still possible to register for the both participation ways. And we are doing this again with a broad commitment from task force members from international organizations such as IOM. I see a representative here, UNODC and the OSCE, and our neighboring country, Liechtenstein. We would also like to reiterate that, yes, we aspire cooperation in the multilateral sphere, not only with this conference, not only with the institutions membered, but also with other important stakeholders such as the EU or particularly the Council of Europe, who does a wonderful job and who have developed an outstanding monitoring instrument, which is called the GRETA. GRETA, the group of experts against trafficking in human beings, and Austria is contributing to that idea. The last two GRETA members, Austria has seconded, or it is a competitive election process, who have managed to become members of GRETA, have established, or they have written, and this is an enormous task, the first and only commentary on the Council of Europe Convention. One of them is present and will later also intervene. And the good news is we have another fine candidate, distinguished lawyer, Dr. Ulrike Haberl-Schwarz, who will be running as a candidate for GRETA this year. There is a folder on her abilities and qualities in the back, and we hope that she gets the support in the election, which will be in November, and can bring those qualities and her personality as a value added to this GRETA mechanisms, which we fully support. But Helga here would not be too satisfied hearing all the good stories only, because not everything on this planet is fine, and there are still challenges. And the challenges are written, no, not on that board, but on the program. It is clearly set out, and this is, I think, a very important relation, which we have still not canvassed enough in the past. It's the relation between migration and trafficking in human beings. For a long time, we thought it absolutely suffices that we point out, here we have, according also to the UN protocols, to the TOC convention, there is one protocol on migrant smuggling, there is one protocol on trafficking in human beings. So we have trafficking in human beings here and the smuggling of migrants there. And we explained, without giving up, to explain it to the general public, of course, who are not experts like you are. But we continue to explain that this is not the same, and victims of trafficking, they are impacted in a totally different way than people, migrants, once smuggled and kind of participating in that willingly to a certain extent. I mean, not to the risks they are exposed, but generally speaking, to that the traffickers, that the human smugglers are bringing them from one country to the other, and that is a kind of movement which is not in conformity with the law, but THB is different. So we were explaining that over and over, with also a learning curve that gradually moves in that direction. But now, as migration, both legal and illegal or irregular, whatever form you prefer, is increasing, and also crises globally are increasing, you find that always these movements, they are intertwined. If somebody from the police would be here, for example, our dear friend Gary Tatzkan, who can explain that marvelously, he would teach you, or he would refer to the modus operandi of the organized crime groups, who are the perpetrators in trafficking in human beings, but who do other things. They do smuggling of migrants, they do drug trafficking, they do arms trafficking, they do a lot of things. So, on the one hand, from the victim's perspective, this is in a way separated and must be thoroughly distinguished. On the other hand, as a matter of fact, what is the whole phenomenon, how it is carried out, it is intertwined, and you cannot regard the one without the other. So I think this is extremely essential. What we also see, and which is a kind of new phenomenon, is that THB can occur at various steps of that journey. It can be during the migration process itself, or it can be immediately afterwards. For example, in the Ukraine crisis, we had that phenomenon that when the first and very spontaneous flows of persons came into Austria and other countries, there was a high risk that they were intercepted by somebody who was attempting them to draw into a trafficking situation. This was over, but now we find that there is a second phase, a phase where we have a kind of stable number of Ukrainian displaced persons, but sometimes the support they are getting in the countries is so low that in the mid-run, once the savings have been expleted, that they need additional revenue, additional income, just to sustain their own stay in the country where they are. So what happens? There is a new phases, and I think that's the core word, a new phases of vulnerability. So I think what is key is to prevent and to take into consideration that vulnerability, particularly in connection with migration, that this is what constitutes the biggest risk factor. So when speaking about the interrelation of migration and THB, there are some who say, yeah, yes, you're right, THB is a migration issue. We just have to stop migration. When we stop migration, there is no trafficking in human beings. And I don't name anybody, but there are countries close to us who have that kind of thinking. And one has to be very much aware that this is, people have always moved from one place to another. One cannot totally neither ignore nor prevent that people are moving. But one has to do it in a reflected way, to give modalities and to reduce vulnerabilities, to reduce dependencies, to reduce pressure. I mean, the one case, the biggest case of trafficking in human beings, which we have had last year, was about 50 persons, and I'm coming to that labor exploitation. I don't know whether it's labor exploitation 2.0, but it is a new form of labor exploitation in the context of trafficking in human beings, which happened to people who were safe in Austria, so they have already survived this kind of irregular migration movement. They were safe, but they were in an institution and they were asylum seekers. So they were vulnerable because their applications were pending. They did not know the outcome. Their financial support was low, and they were not permitted to work. So they were an easy target for the traffickers, and that's why this thing with temporary employment agency also happened. So what we learn, because there are other speakers as well, I cannot monopolize, and I should not, I think. What can we learn out of it? We need, from the victim's perspective, to continue separating THB and smuggling. We need always to see the bigger picture, to look at the bigger picture, to take migration into consideration when thinking about trafficking in human beings. And we need to reduce vulnerabilities. One way of doing so is, wherever possible, to enable legal pathways of migration in order to forestall the irregular and chaotic movements which lead to the risky behavior and the vulnerabilities. One thing where we are at the beginning, also from the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, together with the Ministry of Labor and others, is to try to conclude with third countries agreements and memoranda of understanding on migration and mobility. So to open in a small window at least some legal pathways, and on the other hand, to foster the cooperation for those who irregularly come to our country and should return. So this also fosters the cooperation with the countries. It is on a level playing field. We have been concluding some agreements. India is one of them. And I think that on the long run also helps to reduce these toxic elements you were speaking, and hopefully to prevent the labor exploitation 3.0. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. We certainly will go deeper into the matter during our think tank event today. So thank you very much for that. And of course, in Austria, those who are in Austria can hear more of that, you know, when you have the national conference. But thank you very much for your contribution. This is certainly most important. So let me continue. Maybe I can ask the next ones to be a bit shorter. I mean, you had a bit more time as the national coordinator of Austria, but the others could be perhaps a bit shorter in their introduction. This international expert roundtable was established 15 years ago by the minister, at that time, the minister for social affairs and the minister for women. Yeah? Those two ministers supported the establishment of this task force, of this think tank event, and it is part of a larger activity called the Regional Implementation Initiative on Preventing and Combating Human Trafficking. And as the expression says, the focus is on implementation, you know, because we sometimes, of course, we know paper is patient, you know, you can put everything on paper, you know, and copy and paste is just the way we often do. But the implementation, the real implementation is important, and this is what we want to do. So I would like to give the floor next to Christian Klopf. He's the Deputy Director of the Austrian Ministry for Social Affairs, Health, Care and Consumer Protection. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to speak to you today at this International Expert Roundtable. As Helga said before, our ministry has been supporting this important initiative since 2011. And we would also like to thank Helga for organizing this conference and for the tireless work in this field over the years. These annual roundtable events bring together experts and practitioners from different countries and regions, helping to improve the exchange of experiences and strengthening the cooperation. This is the basis for finding and implementing effective strategies against human trafficking. Human trafficking is one of the most pressing human rights issues of our time. It's a serious crime which demands well-coordinated response. To prevent human trafficking, it is crucial to tackle the root causes. Our ministry takes a range of measures in this regard, various actions to fight poverty and social exclusion, or to promote equal opportunities and social participation, especially of marginalized and vulnerable groups. Efforts in these areas must be made at national and international level. The goal has to be poverty reduction and good social and environmental standards worldwide. This also means combating human rights abuses and labor exploitation within global supply chains. In addition to preventive actions, we have to focus on the identification of persons affected by human trafficking and on the best possible protection and support for these people according to their individual needs. Within the framework of the Austrian National Action Plan against human trafficking, our ministry implements specific measures in this field. For instance, in cooperation with the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Justice, we support the victim protection organization Men Wir. This project is for men who are affected by human trafficking. We also work on improving the access for victims with disabilities to specialized support facilities and services. In addition, our ministry intensified the awareness-raising measures on human trafficking and violence for professionals in the health sector. So I'd like to emphasize the important work of the victim protection and support organizations in Austria in providing comprehensive assistance to victims of human trafficking. Through their awareness-raising, information and outreach activities, they also play an essential role in the identification of victims. As member of the Austrian Task Force Against Human Trafficking, our ministry is in constant dialogue with the relevant actors on national level. However, since human trafficking is a global problem, the international exchange of information and best practices is essential. Events like this roundtable allow cross-border discussions on new challenges and strategies. It is great to see that so many experts have come here today to contribute to our joint efforts to find common solutions for preventing human trafficking. So thank you all for your commitment, and I wish you a successful and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I would now like to ask the representative of the Ministry for Women to take the floor. It's Marie-Therese Brandner. She is the Deputy Director, Department for Women-Specific Legislation and Prevention of Violence, and this is linked to the Austrian Chancellery. Marie-Therese, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Helga, for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here today. And as a representative of the Director General for Women and Equality, I especially appreciate that there will be a focus in the afternoon on the special situation of women victims of trafficking. As has already been mentioned, armed conflicts, political persecution, environmental disasters, and poverty are key factors why people leave their home and seek a better future in another part of the world. And since these crises have gained momentum during the past 10 years, unfortunately, also Europe has seen an increasing number of people seeking refuge, a safe place in Europe. And this also increases the challenges that are being posed to combat trafficking against human beings in Europe. Compared to legal migration, legal labor migration, refugee migration is exposed to even a higher risk of exploitation. And especially already the journey to the destination country is linked to dangers and often marked by exploitation and violation. And moreover, in the destination country, residents and access to the labor market are often insecure, and this poses additional danger of exploitation compared to regulated labor migration. And in both cases of migration, regulated labor migration and refugee migration, women are even more exposed to exploitation than men. Gender discrimination, especially on the labor market, is as much an issue as patriarchal thought patterns. So there is a gender gap in exploitation, even in exploitation on the labor market. And studies show that women are more often exposed to sexual violence alongside becoming victims of exploitation. So a very straightforward example for that is marriage trade. Marriage trade almost exclusively affects women and girls, and it always includes sexual and economic exploitation. And women also more often than men work in the informal private sector, such as domestic work or 24-hour care. And this is also a sector especially exposed to exploitation and very difficult to control. So I'm therefore very pleased that today's event will also address the gender gap, the gender aspects of trafficking, because this needs to be focused on also to find solutions and that work in practice. And so I don't want to take up more of the time, because there are a lot of discussions upcoming today and interventions. And I'm very excited to see what specific problems will be discussed today and what solutions will be developed. So thank you, Helga, very much for organizing this event. And thank you to all of you for your expertise and your commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Therese Brandner. You know, it's really important to have in the ministry people with whom you can really reflect and start the implementation, yeah? And those who side, you know, with NGOs who maybe find out, you know, where the problems are. So this is not just the usual way, but with you and with others, we are very glad that we have that and that we can also always discuss with you the issue and try to move forward. So I come to the last speaker of this morning event. I mean, we spoke a lot of Austria because we are in Austria, and again, thank you very much for the ministries to support, modestly support, you know, this work we do. But of course, it's not only on Austria doing that, but we also look at the European Union, and we have somebody, I would like to ask somebody to take the floor, who is, I often say, well, he's something like my ears and eyes, you know, or our ears and eyes in the European Union, just looking at what they do, you know, how they address the issues and also criticizing that. So I'm glad that Peter von Bettlen-Falfi is here. He is the executive director of the Center for European and International Policy Action, CEPA, in Brussels. Please, Peter, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Helga. I mean, you raised the expectations from me. I'm not a politician. You are the politician. I'm just an observer. But I learned already much from the previous speeches, especially from the president of the Austrian trade union. I fully agree and subscribe to it, what you say. And I think you said almost everything, so I don't have to say too much. So the question is, do we need some more legal documents, some directives, some laws, some proclamations protecting and preventing trafficking in human beings today? I would say no. We have a lot. We have the UN protocols, we have regional documents and conventions. We have the directive of 2011, the EU directive, and we have a lot of experiences which were mentioned by the previous speakers, by the ambassador. to the Council of Europe, to Greta. We have done a lot of work, but what is needed is a new approach, is a new political culture, a political culture which shows compassion, which shows respect for human rights, for civic society, and we have less and less to it. We constatate that not only on the national levels, but also in Brussels. There is a bubble. We talk about human rights, we talk about civic rights, but there is a turning point today. The turning point is exactly and precisely described in the name, in the labeling of this conference by Helga Conrad. She said the toxic relation. Well, there is a toxic relation between migration and trafficking in human beings. Both are subjects, prima facie, subjects for human rights and civic liberties. But today, if you take a look, or if you listen to our political representatives, to our leading political class, the language has totally changed. The migration policy became reduced to returns, deportation, and, of course, to persecution of illegal migrants. This means that a new character, a new atmosphere has been created because, as I said, in fact, yes, there are 2 points of today's migration policy, the frontier protection and deportation. And one has to ask, why did it all happen? Why suddenly this brutalizing language and publicly is being promoted by traditional political parties who are calling themselves Christians or socialists, social democrats, sorry, I have to say that, and any of the parties. So what happened? Well, it's a big question, what happened. We have a war in the Ukraine, we have a failed energy and security policy. Just to tell you one example, due to our excellent energy and security policy, almost all our leading European politicians went to Azerbaijan and proclaimed that we have now a new source of energy, new source of coming to oil and gas, to a country which is respecting the European idea of human rights and civic liberties. And we have signed all sorts of contracts with Azerbaijan. Not long after the president of the European Commission went to Azerbaijan, the Azerbaijani government has decided to deploy brutal military force to expel the minority of the Christian Armenian minority in Nagorno-Karabakh, about 150,000 people. A few have been killed at the beginning just to give them a sign that they have to leave. And within a few hours, the 150,000 people were left, and our culture, our symbolic way of historic culture has been just diminished. Nobody said anything, but this was in the way to produce security for us in terms of energy supply. So I'm just saying there are more than one examples for that, how the human rights are being less and less priority on the European and national levels. Now, just not to be too long, Helga asked me the political tendencies in Brussels. You have from my point of view, it was always the European Parliament which was a type of guarantor of protection of victims. And this was especially the case for the victims of human trafficking. And if you see the development since 1955, when Helga and her colleague Kaspar Einem helped to organize the first conference at that time with Commissioner Anita Gradin, which I had to execute. I had the honor and pleasure to execute this event. Then you have seen a positive attitude, an attitude conducive for developing and extending and strengthening the attitudes, the political attitudes and the political culture for human rights and civic liberties. Today, it is reversed. We have in the European Parliament at least, and I think I'm not exaggerating, 20% of deputies who are nationalists, who are fascists, who are, you can name it, populists. We have just one very fortunate moment that they did not find yet the way how to coordinate and how to fix themselves in one party. I hope it stays like that. Now, I talked to several leading parliamentarians and I asked them, how are you going to deal with this question? I mean, trafficking is the protection of human beings is an absolute priority issue. How are you going to deal with your partners, with your colleagues who are proclaiming just the opposite? The human beings, the trafficking victims are for them illegal migrants. This is very clear. There is no other distinction. So I got, if I'm correct, just two replies. The one, I mean, from the socialist groups, from the liberals, from the conservatives, we have to ban them by law. Well, I mean, you cannot ban, in my opinion, a political party which has been elected by democratic means and has more or less a political program which is fitting to our notion of democracy. You can ban a political party which is expressis verbis fascist and whatnot. Yes, we know. You can go to the judicial proceeding. It's a very long way. You don't do it. So what is the second? Yeah, the second, we have to create immediately an action, an anti-hatred action, anti-hatred action. We have to create a new system of legal bodies which would deploy the new methods of fighting the anti-hatred. Well, I'm asking myself, I'm just a citizen, would it be really a practical way? Then you would have to close all the social medias which we have. You have to, there would be no other way. So would that be democratic? I'm not sure. I don't think so. So here is the point that our political parties have missed during the 15 years or 20 years the good chance to address the migration. We have failed. It was a total failure. And now we are in the situation when the political parties are overreacting to the fact that the rightists, the extreme rightists, and the leftist parties, and the political groupings in Europe are completely against any migration, and they get the popularity. But we are not proposing any solution. For the moment, we can see that all sorts of changes have been done to the asylum law, to the migration law, but this is not enough. This is not taking the majority of the public, the opinion of the public, and the hearts of the public with them. We are just overreacting. Our political parties, our leadership is now overreacting and is using the languages which I said at the beginning of my expose, closing the frontier and deportation. And now I give you, and I feel finished because Helga is looking already. There's one more point which I wanted to say on the legal question. I'm sure there are a lot of legal experts like Marcus who will say something to that. We were very hopeful, Helga, if you remember, at the time when the European Public Prosecutor Office was in creation. We have a lot of agencies have worked for that politically, that this be done in the hope that this new office, which is very effective, very important, that it will concentrate its power, its legal power, and its effective operative power also against the trafficking gangs and the illegal groups which are using the migrants, smuggling migrants to the European Union. For the moment, I think the Office of the Public Prosecutor exists already for 2-3 years, I forgot even. But the trafficking and the fight against the traffickers and smugglers is not there anymore. So the 4 priorities are staying: fraud, corruption, money laundering, cross-border VAT fraud, because we are losing a lot of money in Europe, about 160, some people say 120 billions of euros on corruption and money laundering and so on. So this office is not exactly now, it does a fantastic work, but you cannot count with it. And now I will finish, Helga, if you allow me. Why is today, the question, why is today much easier to enter the European Union illegally than legally? I mean, we had, and I just jotted down some figures, we had third country nationals illegally residing in the Eurozone. In 2020, we had 557,455 so-called illegals. In 2023, we already officially, but this is just the official figure, the unofficial is, all the experts are telling me much higher, we had 1,265,350. So what does it tell you? This 1 million, I'm sure that you find a lot of vulnerable people who can today or tomorrow become victims of abuse, of trafficking, of whatever, of forced labor, etc. And why do we have them? We have created already many years ago the Frontex, which is responsible for the frontier protection. We have politicians who did define the political program as a priority, the frontier protection, like in the neighboring country in Hungary. But why do we have this increase? Well, I can tell you that there is an industry, there are maybe, I suppose, economic reasons for that. We are not coping with the numbers of people coming illegally. Now, if you take this next figure, how many people were under the order of deportation? So I can tell you, according to the Eurostat, 91,195 people in 2019 were under the order of deportation. In 2023, we have, according to the Eurostat, 160,000 people under the order of deportation. And now you will ask how many people were really deported. So I can tell you, the big country of deportation, Germany, has deported in 2023 16,000 people. Well, I mean, okay. So are you going to say that deportation and the so-called forcible returns is a solution? No, it's not a solution, because the politicians are now really looking at it and they are trying to exercise their power to return the people who are illegally, but it doesn't work. Now, the new model for that, how to deal with the illegals who are here, are coming from Spain, and now lately Germany is looking at this. Well, we have to, in Germany, it was just proclaimed, we have to have a turbo system for asylum seekers, to put them in jobs or to do something so that the number of illegals, the negative initiatives in the publics will be reduced. I'm not sure whether this is a good way. I mean, the practice will show it. And you know, you can go you can go on with the statistics and interpret them. But at any rate, I just would like to say, because Helga is looking very critically, I'm not going to speak for the other 20 minutes. We have to be aware that the trafficking issue now is due to this toxic link, as you said, on the retreat. We have to, and the civic society has to fight for its rights. You have to contact your politicians. You have to talk about the fact that those are victims, because otherwise they will be the first vulnerable group who will be placed into the category of deportees. And I think this is a major challenge for the NGOs and for the civic society to show the opposition to that. And I'm sure that that in the future will show that that there will be positive developments, because Europe has never abandoned, and I think will never abandon, especially after the experience after 1945, its principles to fight for human rights and civic liberties. I'm an optimist, but the situation is very, very critical. So I thank you very much. I hope I didn't put you to sleep. And Helga, I hope I didn't I realized only now that I have this time ticket. So I'm leaving now. I'm leaving. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for this insight, this critical insight, and finally also for some optimistic views, what will we be doing. But I mean, the wording in Europe is Fortress Europe. Yeah, the wording in Austria is Fortress Austria. I mean, so we see we have quite a lot of work with us to explain that this is counterproductive to everything. Yeah? So we will see. Thank you very much for this introduction. So now we have two parts of our roundtable. In the morning, the morning session will be on challenging, misleading assumption and stereotypes. Our previous speakers have already mentioned a few, but we will go deeper into what misleading assumptions and stereotypes are there and what can we do against it. And in the afternoon, we would like to focus on what can we do that everybody or everyone who needs protection is also really protected. Also, this is a certain challenge. And we had the idea this time to start in a different way, to start with two persons who are not, if I may say so, not explicitly experts on anti-trafficking. Most of the others in our panels are experts on that, but we would like to start with two people who have a lot, who look at what is going on politically in the world, and of course in connection also with migration and human trafficking, but two people who have, let's say, a wider spectrum at looking at this problem. So I would now like to give the floor to start with to Günther Ogris. He's a social researcher and pollster in Austria. So you have the floor.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for the invitation. I'm not an expert in this field, but I'm a social scientist based here in Vienna. My research focuses on elections, political culture, political attitudes, and integration. I did my master thesis on xenophobia. And I'm an NGO activist on global fairness. So I'm board member of Südwind. I'm happy to live in a fairly strong democracy with a fairly strong social system, in a city with a very high quality of life, but I'm quietly disappointed about the outcome of our election and the strength of the right-wing party in Austria, because I'm one of the people being on the target list. That's the problem. I looked into my rights, and I recognized in Article 13 of the Human Rights Declaration that I have the right to emigrate. And recognized every single person in this world has this right to go and to leave the country. But as I looked into Article 14, the only international right of immigration is asylum seeking. That's on the international. The rest of going into a country is about to national law. all countries in this world have emigration. It varies, but there is no country without emigration, and there is a big difference. Rich countries have more immigration than emigration. I'm happy to live in a country which has immigration. 30% of all employees in Austria have a migrant background. The percentage of irregular work is quite low in Austria, so migrants are financing, according to their work contract, our health and pension system. So I say thanks for coming to Austria, thanks for working together with us, thanks for financing, operating and strengthening our social system. Human trafficking is a phenomenon within the context of illegal migration a part of the total migration, migration mostly driven by the desire for a better life, for oneself, for one's family, for their friends, and for the beloved ones. Migrant workers worldwide are about 170 million, according to IOM figures, and about 70 million within the European Union. And according to a Commission report, there is a lot of undeclared and informal work in Europe, particularly strong in agriculture and in the seasonal jobs in the tourism industry. These percentages are quite low in Austria and in Germany, but they are very high. In some countries, it's about 80 or 90% within the European Community. In some cases, it's because of lack of regulation. In some cases, it's because of lack of control. And I would like to add a personal anecdote to these figures. As a board member of the NGO, I was dealing with one of our contracts going into problems. It was a contract by the European Commission for information and researching the shoe industry and textile industry in Europe and the working conditions. And our Italian partners uncovered illegal factories with workers classified as illegal migrants of Asian descent. Why did I have to deal with this contract? Because the Federal Organization of the Industry of Italy advocated against our project, and we didn't get the contracted money. So we had to bring our lawyers into this, and of course we got the money, and but I guess the factory is still on work in Italy. European countries are fighting illegal migration, making access to non-regulated and regulated labor complicated, bureaucratic, and expensive. And migrants need the help with the bureaucracy and with the traveling, and some of this help is legal and some of this help is illegal. And some of this help is done because people love other people and want to help. And some of this help is done because the people are exploiting the situation for profit. European countries concentrate too much on border controls, but not enough on labor regulations and working conditions. To make people to illegals, make them vulnerable and exploitable by the mafia and other organizations. Europe needs migrants. We urgently need nurses, truck drivers, construction workers, and so on. Especially we need migrants for seasonal jobs in tourism and agriculture. If these workers don't come, the fruits and vegetables will rot on the fields, and the hotels and beach bars will remain empty. The need is high in Italy because birth rate is quite low. And this right-wing government now in Italy they won the election because they were fighting immigration, but now they did increase the allowances, the work allowances for non-European countries by a vast amount because Italy needs the migrants. A migrant worker I met and talked to him in the train, heading to the strawberry harvest for Italy, came to the Austrian border and said, asking for asylum. He was registered, passed to for no cost to Dreiskirchen, the main center, for refugees, got the daily allowance, took the train to Italy. So trafficking is also organized by regulations. I don't think that's an intended way of regulating it, but it works. It did work quite for a lot of people going to the unregulated labor markets in the south of Europe. There are hate campaigns being waged by far-right parties and organizations which become stronger. These campaigns are determining again and again public discussion and government policies. These attitudes towards migrants are strongly connected to internal migration movements. Young people going from the countryside to the cities where the universities are, especially the young women. If they leave the country, the people remaining there have the feeling there is no future in this region. And these regions are the regions with the highest percentage of votes for the right-wing party. Where the young people are living, they don't like immigrants. Yeah. And there, the right-wing party won the elections. You can look at this map and you can lay over a map of communities losing the young people. You will see there's a very high correlation. This aversion against migration from the far right combines with the political attitudes against taxes and social benefits from the conservative side. The conservatives don't want to pay taxes for the poor, and the far right don't want to pay taxes for the refugees. That's more or less the situation we have now in Austria. Third anecdote, personal experience. In February this year, I traveled to Tigray. It's the northern province of Ethiopia. It was just devastated by the Tigrayan war 2 years ago. And this trip was organized by a very small tourism company called Africa Tour Guide, based on to my interests. And I didn't expect that they really can organize it, but it worked out fine. I met with the youth organization, with political leaders, with social projects. I looked into the feeding centers, into the IDP camps. I met the priests, and we listened to university teachers showing that 40% of the young people now after this war want to go abroad for work. The main concern of the activists there was keeping the young people not going to Saudi Arabia to sell their kidneys. Yeah? And there are a lot of organizations trying to keep these people at home, to give them a chance, to show them a way how to survive there and to make a better life. But these organizations now, after the war, of course, lost all the support. Because the organizations like MSF, they went out of the country because it's not easy to act there now in this situation. So there are a small list of messages from my side. The more we delegalize people, the more vulnerable they become, the more illegal work, the more human trafficking we have. Regulate work, don't regulate borders. Integrate people into legal work, show them legal ways to legal employment. Support development and education to give young people a chance to live in their home country or somewhere else where they are needed. And as the young Ethiopian's guide, Nikisti, she was proofreading my speech, she asked me to tell the conference, please tell them, as long as African dictators remain a market for your weapons, you should accept welcome refugees. My name is Günther August. My hopes are about the free and democratic world, a fair society, and policies which don't produce illegals but make lives better. And I would like to remind you on an idea expressed by Al-Farabi in the 11th century, which was an Arab philosopher. He said, a society concentrated on cooperation, that will be the best way, will produce the best society. All other focuses leads into problems. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Günther Ogris. This is exactly what we try a little bit, or where we try to contribute, to this idea. So I would now like to give the floor to Beatrix Attinger. We know one another for many, many years. She has worked with with NGOs, but also with international organizations such as the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation Europe. In recent years, she was a long time, I think almost 20 years, in African countries, and we would like to ask her what she sees, I mean, she was in various countries in Africa. You can't deal with all of them, this would be too much, but you give us some example of what's going on, just to open our eyes, what we should make different in a different way, and where we should have a look at. Beatrix, you have the floor.
Thank you, Helga. You stop me when I get too long. I haven't been on a microphone for some time. So when Helga offered me to speak on this item, deals, I was thinking about the deals with African countries about migration. As long as I was in Africa, I never heard of any of those. Only when I came back, I heard about it. And I just asked myself, how does actually the information trickle down, and how do the people over there view it? Does that change anything? Is anything of what is implemented change the aspirations of the people in Africa? I brought you something. Had to be. This is from Guinea. Before I brought it here, I went to the National Museum in Conakry to have an export license so that I wouldn't get into trouble arriving here in Europe. That's usually the problem. And because I was in the National Museum, the gentleman was explaining me a bit the meaning of the mask. And he said, well, this is typically the mask that you put on your house to protect the people. And those two snakes, they are protecting the people from your family that were very far away. So you see what I'm getting at? Migration is culture. Migration is Africa. African countries have been basically defined by the Europeans in 1884-85 in the Berlin Conference, when the Europeans decided which part of Africa they can exploit. And the different borders didn't really change much when the countries then became independent in the 60s. So these borders, they cut across ethnicities, they put people together that don't belong together. Until today, they're not really respected as such by the Africans. In Guinea, all the people always told me about their trips. They said, I used to live in Mali, my family is in Côte d'Ivoire. So they are very much used in moving around. And Guinea is a very poor country, very bad education. Literacy rate is 45 with men, 25 with women. And yet, when I was on planes going to Europe, I often have people, tapping me on my shoulder and giving me the boarding card or the immigration card and say, can you fill it in for me? Didn't speak French. I could kind of communicate with the hands. They don't know how to read and write, but they go and travel and they trade. It was amazing for me to see that. I don't know how they survive when they come to Europe and they can't find their way around because they basically can't read. But that's how it is. Guinea also, Conakry, the capital, is 36 kilometers long. It's a peninsula. It's very beautiful, has islands in front. And that's where basically everything is from Guinea, except for the bauxite mines inside the country, which are closed-off areas. Guinea is the world's widest producer of bauxite. Nothing trickles down to the population. Inside the land, you will see just rural areas, uneducated people, no schools, nothing. What happens in this country happens in Conakry. And it was my first assignment to the UN in development projects. I was so shocked about the corruption. The ministers I had to work with, it was corruption pure. And it's a very small elite and just a turnover of ministers. And they pocket all the money. Nothing goes to the people. They do not cater for the people. So what do you think? Do Guineans want to leave? Of course, all of them. And you see in the street the young people playing football. It's like a drug, you know. We play football, maybe someone comes, you know, from the Olympic Committee and picks us up and we get to play football in Europe. But yes, there is no option, there is no hope. The people want to leave, especially now, you know, with everybody having a mobile phone, TikTok, everything. It shows them everything. That's life abroad, not like here, where we have nothing. I want to speak about Central African Republic. It's a country, not only a geographic description. And in the center of Africa, I don't know if you know it, most people don't, but if I tell you maybe Emperor Bokassa was crowning himself there as like Napoleon, and he got like 20 horses from the French for his coronation. It's a country where 8 out of 12 months it's raining. Okay, can you imagine the infrastructure there? There is one single road that goes from Bangui to Cameroon, supply route number 1. If the rebels cut it off, forget it. Prices rocket in Bangui. You can't do anything anymore. It is very limited you cannot move within the country without a plane unless you take all these trading routes to the north, to the Sudan. And it's just amazing. I've been along these routes a lot of times, how these traders come down from Sudan and they go through a bush, over the rivers. Every time they go over a river, they have to offload all the goods, put the truck on a ferry, go across, load again all the goods. It takes days and weeks and months until they make a trip. And that's what they're used to there. That's the life, that's what they see. Do the Central Africans want to leave? Yes, of course. I was there 6.5 years. I haven't met one person who didn't say that would be an option. I would like to leave. That is very sad. But also, this country doesn't really have a national identity. Central Africans don't feel they belong somewhere. Then came the Russians and the Wagner, and they exploited that. They gave them something. You know what they did? They gave firework. My guard said, "Mais madame, j'ai jamais vu." They never saw that in their life, fireworks. And what did they do? They made a film about the rescue of the Central Africans by the Russians, and they screened it in all the stadiums around the country. And you could see the young people, they were wearing the T-shirt, Le Touriste, it was called, the film, very, very proud suddenly to be a Central African. Does that change? No. Here they see every day how it is elsewhere. They see us coming in, going out. They want to leave. It's not that easy to change people's minds. I think I've done my 7 minutes. Yeah. So for me, I would second what was said about, what was it? The Tigrayan woman. As long as you give weapons to African dictators, nothing will change. If you would just invest that much of what is invested in weapons, things would change in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Beatrix, I think it's important also, you know, not to remain only on this technical side, but really to understand, to hear from people who are there what's really going on, you know, and where are the the toxic links, with what we do and what is also for us to change. So I would, without further delay, because we are already delayed, I would like to ask for the first panel, the panelists to come here and to take a seat here. It is Luigi Achilli. He's a senior researcher. He works at the Migration, or researches at the Migration Policy Center and at the Michelson Institute in Italy and in Norway. Please take a seat. I would like to invite Marcos González Bailfus from Spain. He's a professor of the constitutional law at Barcelona University, a former understate secretary of the Spanish ministry. I would like to ask to take the floor Connie Rieken. She's a researcher, university professor of Tilburg, and he's the new, not so new anymore, but he's the national rapporteur of the Netherlands. And I would like to ask Roger Plant to come here and sit down at the panel. He's an independent expert. He was the first. By the way, because I'm not. I will cut short a bit. I don't tell you too much about all the experts. You find all this. You have we copied it. You find the bios of them. So I can cut short and don't tell everything. But I know from Roger that many years ago he published a book, on sugar and something. I don't even know what it was. Modern slavery. Sugar and modern slavery. Years ago, before we started even to address this issue, and he was the one to precede the. He was the head of the International Labour Organization special program to combat forced labour. And let me say, we have a title for the a focus. Each panelist will have to focus on something. Luigi Achilli will focus on Libya. He has done research on that, and he did the research on the role of trafficking groups in European migration governance. So I will start with you and give you the floor, please.
Is it working? Yes. Hello, everyone, and thanks Helge for the kind invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here today. But without any further ado, because I know time is very limited, let me get into the point of me being here today, which is to problematize a few stereotypes about human trafficking and migration governance. Now, I'm a social anthropologist, so we are problematic people. What we do is problematizing things. We do not really offer suggestions on how to improve, but we are very good in problematizing. And what I would like to problematize, to start is, well, two things, basically. First of all, the difference between human smuggling and human trafficking in practice. As a matter of fact, it's very important to keep the two phenomena separated, because we are talking about two different phenomena. But as a matter of fact, in practice, these two phenomena tend to overlap, especially when it comes to migration. The second aspect I would like to problematize is a narrative that we keep telling us. This idea of the global south and the global north, where the global north is the protector, the savior, and the global south is made up of two elements when it comes to human trafficking: the victims and the perpetrators. I would like to tell a different story, which most likely also resounds in what you know by experience. A story that problematizes these categories of victims, perpetrators, and saviors. But to do so, let me start by asking you a question. Have you ever considered how the European asylum system actually works? It's quite funny. I mean, funny is probably not the right word. Because the EU law does not allow for the regulated arrival of asylum seekers. This basically means that asylum seekers generally need human smugglers to enter the EU territory and file an asylum claim, at least in most of the cases. Not always, but in many cases. And this points to an important aspect, something that is quite shocking, quite commonplace, but as well shocking. is that the European asylum system is in many ways dependent on criminal activities to function. So what makes us a bastion, self-proclaimed bastion as Europe of liberal values, human rights, it's in part working thanks to operation of criminal groups, which is quite crazy. Now, all these tells a story of that shed light on on what Helga has called the interface of migration and human trafficking. Sorry? All right.
Can you put the mics in the hands and not sit on them in the stream? We hear everything.
All right. Which is no problem. That pleasant as well. Anyway, to get to the point, let me make a step back to understand this criminal encroachment and why this criminal encroachment on migration governance is important to what we are discussing today. Let me take a step back and speak about the so-called migration crisis, the 2015 migration crisis. I mean, this rise in asylum seekers and regular migrants coming to Europe. If anything, the European asylum crisis has persuaded political leaders and practitioners and law enforcement in Europe that the best way to go in order to protect migrants and eradicate human smuggling and human trafficking, well, is the externalization of asylum responsibilities and border control to third countries. In theory, this externalization, which has been a reality in states like Australia and the US since a long time, in theory, this externalization of asylum responsibilities and border control would work by taking an holistic approach, so by protecting migrants, and not only enforcing security measures. As a matter of fact, in practice, this didn't work out, and what Europe has focused on has been containment and deterrence, which sheds light, which shows that the real goal here is not so much of protecting migrants and eradicating criminal groups, but more about containing irregular migration. Libya is a case in point. By 2021, if I'm not mistaken, Europe alone has allocated something like €500 million to mostly directed to the Libyan Coast Guard. Anyway, to authorities in charge and geared to contain and deter migrants. And I'm talking just about Europe, and not to mention the bilateral agreements such as between Italy and Libya. Now, all this money, all this funding have been effective in changing the very face of criminal phenomena in Libya, and has transformed what was a crime of mobility into a crime of immobility, of containment. What was a crime perpetrated by small-time smugglers became a crime perpetrated by human traffickers, often involved with militias and government. Now, to understand this change, this what criminologists call crime displacement, this change of crime in Libya, and what was and the shift from human smuggling to crime that recalls more human trafficking. Well, we need to understand the complex political economy of post-revolutionary Libya. Now, in post-revolutionary Libya, those very groups that were facilitating, were somehow involved in the facilitation of irregular migration, not so much as facilitating them in first persona, but more like in allowing smugglers to operate, which were the militias, were allowing smugglers to operate. Well, they found much more convenient, rather than getting money from smugglers in order to facilitate the swift expedition of migrants, to allocate the money, to take the money from Europe in order to fight smuggling and to fight mobility, the facilitation of irregular mobility. So from facilitators of mobility, they became involved in facilitators of immobility. This is not to say that human smuggling disappeared from Libya, as we all know, of course. But what is interesting is that what was just human smuggling became human trafficking, because the actors, the criminal actors involved in the facilitation of human mobility, they thrive out of exploiting and squeezing money, not only well, apart from taking money from Europe in the fight against human smuggling, but also in squeezing money from the migrants themselves. So the longer migrants stay in Libya, the more profit these groups receive. They manage to extract from migrants, to the point that migrants are called walking cash points in Libya. Now, how exactly this fits with what I said about the criminal encroachment of migration governance? Because these criminal groups, these militias involved, / human traffickers involved in migration governance, in the management of migration in Libya, were implementing two aspects which were crucial, which are implementing two aspects which are crucial to the externalization of asylum responsibilities. Anyway, the externalization paradigm, which has become the predominant paradigm for managing migration in Europe, which is containment and deterrence. Containment, well, this is clear. Let's just see the proliferation of detention centers in Libya. Now, there are two types of detention centers, official and unofficial detention centers. The former are managed by authorities. The second are managed exclusively by criminal groups, human traffickers mostly. These are places where migrants usually disappear for either forever or for extended period of time without any capacity of appealing. So it's the perfect containment system. Now, interestingly enough, or strikingly enough, even the so-called formal official detention centers, they see a clear interference of criminal groups, precisely because many of the militias who are involved in the management, because they are part of the government, or anyway, the authorities that manage these centers, they also have a clear involvement in human trafficking. Of course, we should not overestimate the capacity of these detention centers. I mean, scholars have argued about, let's be panic about these human detention centers. Now, just a minority of migrants are currently detained in these detention centers, something like, I don't remember whether 10,000 or 20,000, something like that, out of, according to informal estimates, 700,000 migrants in Libya. Anyway, this form of detention is also perpetrated in forms under the shape of micro interactions between Libyans and migrants, which is present not only in detention centers but also outside detention centers, where migrants are systematically exploited, even sometimes without realizing what is going on. But most importantly, it's not just about detention; it's also about deterrence. Now, the stories about the atrocities that migrants face, that migrants themselves have faced in Libya, they circulate fast across the migrant communities. And they have deterred many others from leaving their countries or for choosing other routes. Now, it's difficult to say whether these containment and deterrence actions implemented by these criminal groups are actually working out at the long term. At the short terms, we have witnessed, after key agreements, bilateral agreements between Libya and EU member states, we have witnessed a decrease in the departure of migrants. At the long term, I'm a bit more skeptical it's working. But what matters here is that in the mind of their proponents, this externalization of asylum responsibilities is working, because it's working at short terms. And the short terms works very well in political terms. Now, all this to tell you what? To tell you that this criminal encroachment on migration governance is functional in many ways, because Europe is bound by formal agreements and by treaties to guarantee to a certain extent the safety and the protection of migrants. However, when these measures are implemented by actors that are operating outside the rule of law, well, everything can be done. And this is just working fine, to a certain extent. Now, just two criticism, just two points may be raised about this encroachment between criminal human trafficking and migration governance. The first one, that is quite simplistic to say that criminal groups such as human traffickers are played by European leaders in order to implement migration policies and migration measures. And the second one is that it's a bit simplistic. It's a kind of, if you want, a conspiracy theory to think that entities and actors that are governed by the rule of law, they make deals with criminal groups. Now, as for the first criticism, the first point, I'm not in any way arguing that this is the only way through which criminal groups operate. That criminal groups always operate in favor of European goals, European migration policy goals. This is a form of alignment, but there may be others. There may be a conflict. But it's interesting how sometimes the perpetrator cannot be easily identified just in the criminal groups operating. And now we are involved in the very process that leads to the exploitation of migrants themselves. And the second point is that, well, I'm not sure. I'm not claiming that there is a tacit agreement between European authorities and a clear agreement between the European authorities and criminal groups. Yes, of course, there are medias and international organizations actually have denounced clear instances where there is an overt collaboration of authorities, with European authorities with criminal groups. I think this is irrelevant. The point is often is the fuzzy nature of European agreements that allows the interference, this toxic interference of criminal groups in migration governance. But as a matter of fact, what we are witnessing is that human trafficking groups are playing, especially in Libya, but not only, a crucial role in implementing the migration governance, the migration goals of Europe, and not just Europe. There are many other instances that we have witnessed in Australia and along the US-Mexico border. And that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, please. You will have the possibility, or we should comment on that afterwards. I would just like to ask the other panelists, and also, of course, the panelists are invited, to say something, and to the others. So we would like to continue. I think we continue with Marcus González Bailfus. As I said, he's a professor and under state secretary, so he's political at the same time, and researcher and scientist. And his headline was, or what he would like to speak about, is the challenges and contradictions in the management of the Western African and Western Mediterranean migratory routes. So most interesting, and I know that it's positive and negative, so please and for everybody, just please take the KISS model, saying keep it short and simple and to the point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does it work?
Yeah, it should work. Just take it.
It should work, yes.
Uh-huh. No, it doesn't.
No, it works. No. This one. Okay, this works. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Helga, for the invitation, for having the opportunity to participate on this very interesting session. I was thinking this toxic interference between migration and exploitation, trafficking, etc. For me, it's the toxic interference between migration and rational thinking. Because really the situation that we have nowadays makes these meetings very interesting, because we try to bring reasons, arguments, research, etc. What I'm going to do is to share with you some reflections. It's not a final process about an ongoing research that I'm conducting, analyzing the most important migration routes to Spain. There is the route, the so-called Western Mediterranean route that goes from Morocco, Algeria, to the Spanish Peninsula, and now also to the Balearic Islands, and the Western African route that is going from Morocco, but also from Mauritania, from Senegal, also from Gambia, to the Canary Islands. So these are the two routes that I'm now very interested in. And what I'm doing is just visiting the places. Well, my focus is more not on the problems in the origin countries. No? So this is something different from previous speakers. It's more analyzing which are the facilities of the Spanish administrations, which are the actors, different actors, from rescue authorities to police to NGOs to prosecutors. So I'm interviewing different kind of people. And I will, from this starting ongoing project, because I've been in the last months in the Canary Islands and different places in Almeria, I'm not finishing, but I will try to share with you some little reflections. No? Just as an introduction to explain you more, very short. These two routes are the two traditional routes to Spain, according also to the Frontex maps and research. No? What is happening in the last 2 years are some changes in both routes, which are something related also, of course, with organized crime, etc., and many, many factors. No? In the case of the Western African route, the big change is the increase of this route in the last 2 years. No? And normally we had around, in the last years, 20,000 people entering through this Western African route, and last year it was almost 40,000, and this year, September 30, we had already 30,000, and now are the months where, because of the climate, etc., this will increase. So this year it will be for sure 100% at least more than last year. So here the idea is a big increase, and how to face and what to do with this big increase. In the case of the Western Mediterranean route, the trend is different. There we don't have an increase. In fact, there's a slight decrease. But what is happening is that the route is moving more east. So some years ago, what was the main point was people starting from Morocco, crossing through the Mediterranean to Andalusia, more or less. Now what is happening is the departures are going more east, more to Algeria, and facing more north, and also in the Balearic Islands. This summer, the great problem was people arriving to the Balearic Islands, to Mallorca, to Ibiza, to those islands that everybody knows, but that now this years are suffering from this big increase. Of course, there are many reasons. I don't get now into the point of this for these changes, but I think it's important to see that these routes are moving, are changing constantly, and of course this faces challenges for national European authorities, how to manage this flexible and moving process. No? As time is limited, as Helga said, and we all know, I will just to share with you some very brief messages in different perspectives. No? First, I think analyzing, I will talk always of this route, although I think we can generalize this, and this happens also in Italy and other routes. No? We know in the case of this route that I'm now analyzing that not all migrants that use this route are victims of human trafficking, of course. Although we also know that the Northern Africa is the main hub of Western victims, of African victims of trafficking. So, therefore, it's obvious that a special effort should be done in order to identify those victims in the moment that they have the first contact with national authorities. No? And this is one of the things I will try to tackle later on. No? But anyway, those who are not already victims of human trafficking are, of course, in a very vulnerable position. Right? And here, of course, the main challenge is that the policies that are implemented towards those people don't increase this vulnerability. And here the idea, of course, of thinking, and I will come to this problem later on, thinking they are illegal migrants, and basically this is what they are. This, of course, it's a way of increasing this vulnerability in many aspects. No? I wanted to show a video that maybe, well, it's not possible, but for example, when it comes to those people, once they are in Spain or in Europe or whatever, no? And they are victims of a crime, the problem they have to report this crime, not only human trafficking, other types of crime, because even if they have the right to report, they think I am illegal. I have no rights. I don't trust. The reaction will be negative to me. So sometimes it's not only a problem of the rules, it's also a problem of which is the message they receive. So here I would say the main challenge is with this vulnerable people is how to address and how to not to increase this vulnerability. Second, I think that, and this is in the Spanish case, is very clear. Although these increases or these changes in the last years, I mean, I think it's very important to focus or to analyze these realities with a framework that not is the framework of a crisis. We are permanently listening about crisis in crisis in crisis. And this, I think we should abandon this framework for several reasons. First of all, it's not true. We have every year a crisis. It changes a little bit, but every year people are arriving. So this is not a crisis anymore. It's a structural movement, and we know the roots, and I don't want to go into this. The framework of a crisis doesn't or hinders the implementation of a permanent and also flexible policy. If it's a crisis, politicians think, okay, my problem is to solve the crisis this year. What happens afterwards is not very important. And I think this is not the way to focus this. And finally, the narrative of a crisis fuels this narrative that we have now in Spain and also in Europe of invasion, of limit capacity of integration, etc. So this framework of crisis should be, I think, abandoned. Another point that was already mentioned, but I would like to insist on this. Of course, illegal entries, the phenomena of illegal entries is related, directly related, to the limit of legal and safe entries. We have already mentioned this, but I think this is very clear. In an increasingly conflictive world, the legal mechanisms that we have are completely insufficient. And we won't stop illegal crossings if we don't address this problem of which are the legal ways to find protection or even to move. No? And this has many aspects or many examples, but in the case of what I'm looking now, it's impossible to expect that people from Senegal or from Gambia try to come to Spain when it's impossible to come legally to work. It's so difficult. It takes such a long time. And also, it's impossible to stop them to come if Spanish European fishing boats don't stop their massive extracting activities in the Libyan in the Senegal's sea. So I think this is very obvious, but we should remind about this this connection. No? And therefore, illegal entries, I mean, cannot be managed only with this policy of a fight against illegal migration, trying to avoid departures, trying to avoid that they arrive, and trying to return all those who are undocumented. No? I think, although it's for me, it's going back to the basics, no? But we have to remember people, they are human beings. We have to remember that they are in different situations. We have, of course, victims of trafficking. We have also minors. We have different situations, and those has to be distinguished. But it's important to do it, and just saying that illegal migrants, this is the main thing, is not the way, to try to analyze the different situations of them. And of course, here the idea of human rights, of values, of constitutional values, of European values is vital. And of course, it's going back to the basics, but I think that migration policies, limits to migration, obviously there have to be limits to migration, define us as societies. And here the idea of rule of law it's obvious, but we see in our all-day life that this is not always respected. No? Official documents also always talk about the balance between the fight against illegal migration, this is the idea of protection of European societies, and the protection of human rights. No, this in theory, there's always the balance. No? But we see in practice that there is a clear unbalance between both elements. No? And I was looking last week to the mission letter of Ursula von der Leyen to the probably new Commissioner for Internal Affairs and Migration, Magnus Brunner. And this is a clear example, this mission letter, of this unbalanced approach. No? There are some references to the respect of human rights, to the prevention of exploitation, but I would say 80% of the letter is just to remember the importance of fight against smugglers, speeding up, simplifying returns, securing borders, strengthening security. I don't think, and I'm not saying that this is not important, but it's clearly unbalanced also in this mission letter that is, from the political perspective, important. No? When it comes to this idea of fighting, even the word, no, fighting against migration, just tell you that balance is very difficult if you talk about balance, about fighting. No? But the first way that member states in Spain and so Italy and the whole European Union try to address the problem of these illegal entries is by avoiding departures. No? This is the first and I think reasonable approach to this. No? But again, they're not only the consequences of the money, the funding, what happens with the funding, but in any case, it's obviously an insufficient approach to the situation in departure countries. No? These countries are most of them transit countries also, and without, what I said before, without legal pathways, it's impossible to avoid some extent of departures. Therefore, this approach of avoiding departures is completely insufficient. And what happens normally, and this is also the case in the western route in the northern Mediterranean, if you try to avoid, sometimes you manage it. And for example, this moving of the western Mediterranean route more to the east is thanks to this, in this case, the authorities of Morocco controlling more departures, and therefore then the smugglers move more to the east. No? But in any case, what happens is that prices that migrants have to pay are high. This is also very evident. In my interviews, I also see this very obviously. So departures are not eradicated really. Once in water, once the people in this very big or small boats, fragile, overcrowded boats, I think their international rules are very clear. And the rescue of lives is the only alternative. So the whole policies of criminalizing NGOs or other stakeholders that try to rescue people shouldn't be admitted. I think it's very clear. And it's very important, it's to analyze this rescue activities, how are they organized in the different member states. And for example, just to share in the case of Spain, something that I think it's positive from our model, rescue authorities are public authorities and independent authorities. So we don't have a governance model where rescue is within the competence of the Ministry of Interior or within the Ministry of Defense. It's clearly a very separate organization, and also public officials, so independent people, that have this very clear mission, and normally they assume this. We have to rescue. For us, it's not important if it's a crime or not a crime. So this is our mission. Of course, the challenge is if you have a very big rescue zone, like in the case of Spain. I mean, the SAR region, or the search and rescue region that is within the Spanish authorities, triples the territory of Spain. So it's huge, and in the Canary Islands, this is one of the problems. No? But I think how this is organized is also very important in practice. No? And then once people are rescued and disembarked, of course, there's a tremendous challenge and a clear tension, a very clear tension between the fight against migration, illegal migration, and of course the persecution of smugglers. And who is a smuggler? Maybe you're going to talk about this. If the person who was conducting the boat, he is the person who should be prosecuted or not. No, this is the tension there. Of course, so the tension between migration control and this protection of vulnerable people, and trying to distinguish between the different types of people. No? And of course, there's a need. No? I've been visiting the different main entry points of adequate facilities. Facilities are important. And the other challenge is how do you adapt the facilities to the ongoing process and changes of arrivals. This is one of the challenges. No? But of course, there's the need of adequate facilities and enough human and material resources, no? As well as good protocols. And here the idea of a crisis speaks in contrary to the protocols, because when you think in terms of crisis, protocols is something that comes later, while when you think in a long-term perspective, protocols are very, very important. And in any case, and just because I know I will finish in 2 minutes, what is needed, at least in the case of the Spanish experience, no? In these very concrete zones, no? In this very difficult challenge of what to do when people disembark. No? Of course, more coordination and trust between stakeholders. And a very clear example is the relationship between national police officers and Frontex officers, which is a collaboration of, there is no collaboration and no trust at all. And their behavior just puts more problems to the real need, for example, in the harbors. Then I think it's always important to have a more overall perspective, no? To understand what's happening. And for example, when I visit those places, also when you visit what the Red Cross is doing or what other NGOs are doing, I think sometimes they don't have this overall perspective. And for example, they try to insist to have data in the moment of arrival, or they want to have the vulnerability addressed in this moment, or they want to inform about international protection in the harbor. My question is always when I'm there, is this the moment to do this? I'm not saying that this is vital, but maybe it's not here the moment. If you have a more overall approach, we could think about other moments to do this very important aspects. But the thing is that you are just doing what you have to do, and you use the opportunity, no? But this is not having this overall perspective. Of course, it would be great that in this approach there were no populist attitudes or behaviors. And for example, in the case of Spain, sometimes local authorities, no, or the port authority, no, tries to put problems or to talk because of this anti-migration. No? They try to not to help to organize this in a very well or better solution. No? And then regarding this challenge of identifying human trafficking victims in this very first moment, which are the main problems, at least in Spain in this moment? Of course, the numbers of people arriving. If many people arrive at the same time, it's really difficult to, in this very first moment, to identify victims. Time pressure, arrivals are really also influenced by time pressure. Everyone should act fast, and this is conflicting with identification, as we all know. Of course, traffickers waiting for the victims, very close to all the places. And what I think for me it's also a problem, not always, but sometimes it is, it's the idea of what we call in Spain the externalization. No? NGOs being in charge or in the duty of identifying, with not always very good resources, with not always time, so their victims most of the times, unfortunately, are not identified in the first weeks or first days. No? So this is what I would like to share with you. Of course, we can go more into the details, but I just with my time.
Really most interesting for all of us, I think so. And we can later on, come back to that and comment on it, or also ask questions. Yeah, I see already Liliana nodding the head. Yeah, for sure. So let's come to Connie. I mean, we said your headline would be to punish or not to punish. Yeah? That's the question, and that's really the question, because those who feel, let's say, don't know really what to do, call for punishing, but the question is who, when, what. Yeah? So maybe you can shed a bit of light in that. Connie, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Helga. Well, I think the microphone doesn't work.
Yeah, take the other one, maybe there's something.
Okay, now it works, yes. Okay, thank you. Yes, I want to focus on the prosecution of some of these smugglers that the former speakers were talking about in the Netherlands. But before I do that, I want to give a bit of a broader context to it. And I will not keep it too long. I have 4 points to make for you. The first one is the conceptualization of what is happening on the route. So in refugee law, we tend to focus on why a person left actually his or her country. That is the reason, or that is important for the asylum application, for instance. But what happens on the route, that is actually completely ignored. And actually, we also do not want to know. And here is one of the first stereotypes that we think that people move from A to B, that they have a plan in advance and that they are going directly to that place. Well, that's it. That is a stereotype and also a misconception. So people, they move from somewhere to another place, but often not with a determined plan, and often not directly from the one place to the other place. And sometimes they do not even have idea where they are going to. So they stay for longer periods of time in places on the route where they bring to. During that migration route, they have all kinds of experience. So they sometimes find their lover of their life, but they also often are trapped, of course, in situations of vulnerability and in situations where they are easily exploited. But they also experience other atrocities and other crimes, such as torture, slavery, other forms of abuse, sexual violence, and so on and so forth. So this concept of this victimization, not only in human trafficking, but also in other forms of crime, that is what we have coined the concept of victim migration. So the victimization during the migration. And already in 2011, 2012, I started with my colleague from the university, Miriam van Rijssen, and Maron Estefanos, a Swedish human rights activist, to look into the practices from Eritreans through the Sinai Desert. At that time, so we spoke to a number of these people who were either gone through or sometimes were even stuck in the desert, where they were in these torture houses, and we have coined that practices as a new form of human trafficking. In the first place, we called that Sinai trafficking, and later we coined that trafficking for ransom. And we also have mapped whether that is trafficking or not. So this concept of victim migration is broader than only human trafficking. And if you add up all the experiences of migrants during their migration route, then we should ask the question, is it logical to approach them through the lens of human trafficking? So human trafficking is one aspect, so it's one of the many, many crimes, or one of the many, many experiences that they had through their migration. But there is actually a structural and consistent tendency to ignore what has happened to the migrants that arrive in, for instance, Spain, but also in my country, in the Netherlands, or in other European countries, what has happened during the migration, and also to take into account the consequences thereof. I'm now conducting a study on the psychological impact of these experiences during the migration, but that is something that we actually tend to ignore. So the concept of victim migration, the victimization during the migration, that is the first point. The second point is how to make it visible. So there are different ways, and I'm happy that Marcus was telling about the experiences that you go there and your research that you're doing so to go there. But often it's not so easy to go to these places. They are hard to reach. So you have to also be very creative on how to get these stories out, because there is really a need to have to bring these stories to the public, so that it's not the stereotypes of, well, they are leaving the country to have a better life. Yes, of course, they also want a better life. We all do want to have a better life for ourselves, of our children, but it's not only that. So it's more than that. But we have to get the stories out. What is happening to them? So in the research that we conducted in between 2011, 2013, 14, we had well, we were lucky that we could work together with Maron Estefanos, who was running a radio station, for instance. This radio station was initially set up to bring together people who had lost each other during the migration route. So that was so the migrants that were on that route were already familiar with that radio station, and they started not only to call her for finding the relatives that they had lost during the migration, but also to tell her the whereabouts and what was going on actually on that route. So that is one way to get these stories out. In another, the research that that we are conducting now, and that we did in previously in Mauritania and as well in Turkey, the labor exploitation among minors, refugees, Syrian refugees in Turkey. We worked with an organization who has an app and builds communities in countries that with hard-to-reach groups, and they contact these communities through a mobile app. And it's an organization which is European. Well, there is all. Of course, it's not very easy to still get them in contact with them, but I think it's very important to find new ways and to think creatively to bring out these stories. Then the prosecution, because that is another way to bring out these stories. That, of course, is, well, who to prosecute? That is the first question. So who is actually the smuggler? But also the question of jurisdiction. So the case that I want to talk about with you is a case where the Dutch prosecution service is prosecuting smugglers who operate in Libya. And there is the two main suspects are two Eritreans. These are they are called Walid and Kidane, who are prosecuted by the Dutch prosecution service for what has happened in Libya and on the North African in North Africa more broadly. So the question of jurisdiction, of course, is important, and that is done through because the victims are in the Netherlands, and some of them do have permanent residencies. So there is a jurisdiction for the Dutch authorities to prosecute. The question, so who is actually the smuggler? Because there is also, of course, those who are on the boats and arriving, for instance, in Spain or in Italy. Those who are steering the boats are prosecuted in those countries, especially in Italy, for smuggling, and that's called the scafisti, I think, if I'm correct. But it turns out that those who are then being prosecuted are not the smugglers actually, but are migrants that are forced to steer the boats. The consequence thereof is that because they have been prosecuted, they cannot have their application for asylum because they were, as a suspect, they were involved in a criminal system. So it's a public order consequence that they cannot, that they are not allowed to remain in the country. So it also has negative consequences. So this is all negative. I also have some positive. So turning back to this Dutch case, as my bureau, from the National Rapporteur, we have looked into this case, and we have looked into the 120 testimonies in this case. And these are from people who have arrived in the Netherlands, but who went through the route from Eritrea, Ethiopia, Sudan, and then were smuggled, trafficked to Libya. In many of those situations, they do not have any influence on where they are going to. So of course, at certain moments, they go to a smuggler and they help them. But from that moment on, they do not have any influence. At the border between Sudan and Libya, they are collected in big trucks or in Toyota cars, open pickup cars, and they travel through the desert. It is the circumstances among there are very horrible. So it's that they do not have any food. They have little drink. If a person jumps from the car, they leave them there in the desert to die. So it's really, really horrible. Then they enter these detention centers that are run by the smugglers, and which are called warehouses, actually. So there, what they describe is that they are in a row. They can lie only on their side, so not on their back, because there's not enough space. There's only one tapping point of water, and there's only one toilet, and sometimes they are with a couple of hundreds in these warehouses. Sometimes they are sold to other smugglers. Sometimes they think, okay, we are now going on the boat. And then they are kidnapped by other smugglers, and they are then again sold or by the first smuggler. So a number of these smugglers are now detained. One is in the Netherlands. One is in I think it was the Emirates, but but they are being prosecuted in the Netherlands. It is the outcome of a very long-standing cooperation in a joint investigation team with the Dutch, but also with the Italian and some North African countries that were involved there. Europol, Eurojust was involved. So it's a very, very long cooperation before we have are here at this point where they can be prosecuted. The case is still ongoing. They are prosecuted for migration crimes. Migration crime does not exist in our criminal code, and I think in most of your criminal codes either. Neither. So it means that they are prosecuted for all kinds of crimes that have occurred to them during their prosecution. So for smuggling, for torture, for theft, for all kinds of abuse, but not for human trafficking. And that was actually the reason why I, as the national rapporteur, wanted to look into this file, because I wanted to see, well, is there enough evidence for future cases, not in this case, but for future cases, to qualify these situations as human trafficking. And what I actually saw was the same that I saw 10 years ago when we were looking into the Eritreans who went through the Sinai Desert. People were are kept in these detention camps or in these warehouses. They are beaten up. They have to call their families. Most often the families in Europe and also their extended family, they have to collect money. And once the money is collected, then the torturing stops and they can continue with their journey. These practices, in the past, we have already qualified these as forms of human trafficking, and there is different forms of human trafficking because sometimes they also have to work. So there is forced labor, there is also forced begging, there's also slavery involved, and it's trafficking for ransom. Trafficking for ransom is actually a new form for trafficking. Well, not so new, but still in the academic debate and also in prosecution. It doesn't. It's not widely accepted yet, but the practice is really, really widely practiced. Now, why is it important? And that's the fourth point, so that's my last point. So why is it important to still look at it from a human trafficking lens and from a human trafficking perspective? And there, of course, is the protection of the victims. So there is no victim protection in human smuggling, or in most countries it's not. But it's linked, of course, to the qualification of human trafficking. And here I want to point you to the guidance note that we with Greta within the Council of Europe have written, and that was published last week on the recovery and reflection period. Because even if the human trafficking took place outside of your country, there is an obligation for the state where the victim is to provide the victim with the recovery and reflection period, and also with the necessary support. So we have, as a Greta, we have pointed out the scope of the obligations of the state under Article 13 of the Council of Europe Convention on the Recovery and Reflection Period. So therefore, I think it's still important to also look at it from a human trafficking perspective. And these were actually the points that I wanted to make.
Thank you very much. Yeah. This was important. I was anyway going to ask, why should it be within human trafficking? Okay, so we are running terribly, but it's always the same, every year the same, so we are really late, but nevertheless. I would like to give the floor to Roger Plant, and he thinks and believes, and we too, putting all one's eggs in the basket of criminal law enforcement simply does not work. Tell us why it doesn't work, and please, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Helga, for inviting me yet again to one of your illustrious meetings. I think the first time I came was when you was with the OSCE in 2003, and we had the first big meeting on trafficking for labor exploitation. So that makes 21 years. In these circumstances, there's a risk of repeating yourself. I remember several years ago, one of Connie's predecessors, as the Dutch rapporteur, invited me to give the keynote at a meeting in The Hague. And she said, I may not be able to stay for your presentation because I've been called by the minister, but don't worry, I know exactly what you're going to say anyway. I'll try to think of something new, but it's not easy. I prepared a written statement called Breaking Chains and Supermarket Chains. I'm going to try to keep to this statement in the interest of brevity so I don't blather on too much. So more or less I'm going to read what I prepared. It's hard to think of something new. We know the problems, but they never seem to go away or to be dealt with effectively through either prosecutions, criminal penalties or other penalties, naming and shaming, prevention campaigns, or whatever. So I did a bit of Googling to see what, if anything, is new, what's on the table, and something often hits me in the face. Last week it did. The BBC's UK website had a lead article about McDonald's and other supermarkets failing to spot slavery. Basically, a BBC investigation found signs that modern slavery victims were being forced to work at a McDonald's branch and at a factory which was supplying bread products to major supermarkets, and all of these signs had been missing for years. It was essentially, this factory was supplying very well-known supermarkets in the United Kingdom, such as Asda, the Co-op, Marks and Spencer's, Sainsbury's, Tesco, and Waitrose. For those of you who are familiar with food commerce in my company, that's just about all the major retail chains in the UK's burgeoning food industry. The warning signs and red flags were those well enough known to all activists and analysts in the world of human trafficking and modern slavery. Wages were paid into bank accounts in the names of people other than the victims. There was excessive overtime, sometimes over 100 hours per week. Multiple employees had the same registered address, and victims had originally been lured in with the false promise of a well-paid job, and gang members had completed the application forms of migrants who were unable to speak English. These are absolutely traditional. There's nothing new about the facts or the methods. I've been coming across similar testimonies and reportage, whether in countless European countries or in the United States, for well over these 20 years. But what strikes me most, as I've been insisting on past occasions to this expert group and others, is a basic anomaly. The business model of all these massive conglomerates in the food industry and also in others is essentially to make, to make maximum use of labor contractors and to source most produce as cheaply as they possibly can. There's always going to be potential for abuse, and both labor law and criminal law enforcement have to be on permanent red alert concerning the risks. But when it comes to actual law enforcement, and this is certainly the case in my own country, we can see whether it's the case throughout Europe, whenever there are prosecutions and penalties, which can sometimes be quite severe, the emphasis has been almost invariably on the smaller operators, generally active in the underground and the informal economy. And the classic example is the East European gangs, which are so active in car washing or small-scale agriculture, particularly in remote areas. So what can be done? In some of Europe's biggest, if some of Europe's biggest companies are proven to be complicit in modern slavery, punitive sanctions are absolutely and obviously needed. Above all, they need to be financial sanctions, very, very heavy fines that can genuinely hurt the company. You can make your CEOs wake up, hurt the company, its balance sheet, and act as a serious deterrent to future malpractice. But this is easier said than done when proof is difficult and companies can afford to engage the best lawyers around. So how can you go about this? First, we do still need a better idea of the extent of the abuses in the supply chains of the major companies. The BBC case I was referred to is actually covering things that happened a few years ago. We can't be sure that this is still happening in all the supermarkets I mentioned, but we do need to know, are these a few isolated cases, or are these systematic practices that pervade the major operators in the food and other at-risk industries? And there's still not been enough rigorous investigative reporting, either of the industries as a whole, whether food, seafood, electronics, or of individual companies. And research of this kind needs to be very, very high on the agenda of policy think tanks, parliamentary bodies, universities, and human rights organizations. Second, I think this is one of the trickiest points we have to discuss when we're talking about strategy and tactics. Laws may need tightening. I've heard several people quite rightly saying, we've got enough laws. We don't need any more. Okay, when we've got these convoluted regulations, as Peter was talking about, sorry, you didn't say convoluted, I did. But when you've got these new regulations coming out of the European Union, we don't really need any more of that. But there are some things which do need tightening up of the law. Laws need to state absolutely, clearly and unambiguously that end users, that's the people who are profiting from all this malpractice, they're jointly responsible for their contractors and suppliers for any abuses in their supply chain. And all policies and all laws should place the major burden of responsibility on these end users. Third, strategic litigation against powerful companies is always going to be very expensive, and substantial funds need to be set apart from this. Human rights lawyers who take on this challenge need to consider this in their litigation. If lawsuits are successful, the first priority has to be compensation for the victims. I think we can take that for granted. But a second priority is to ensure that money is available to fund further litigation whenever the need arises. This needs to cover the research and documentation to prepare the ground for eventual prosecutions, as well as the costs of the litigation itself. What I can say is that twice over the last few years, I've been an expert witness to court cases in the United States attempting to sue some of the biggest and most powerful companies in that country. One was concerning the trafficking of migrant workers to Nepal by major labor contractors, Halliburton and others, as a result of which all but one of the workers died in Iraq. So these were Nepalese workers that were taken through to Iraq. But the case was thrown out on a legal technicality. The other concerned the seafood industry, and yet again, after quite careful preparation, the case was thrown out on some form of technicality. So it's going to be very, very difficult. We should be under no illusions as to how easy it is to sue a multi-billion-dollar company. But if you don't try and do it, if you don't put that agenda, I don't think you're going to get anywhere. We've had enough of these acts which are forcing companies to say, oh, I've been a good boy, I've done everything I can. A lot of this self-regulation, but you've got to try and go through. And that's where punitive measures are needed. So to conclude, in discussing law enforcement as a tool against human trafficking, we always need to think, as Helga said, about what kind of law, with what objectives, and what kind of sanctions. Trying to put people behind bars may not be the most relevant option in most cases when severe abuses occur in the private sector of the economy. Curbing excess and ill-gained profits through well-directed strategic litigation is a very different matter. Thank you.
By the way, you will find the video and also, of course, abstracts of the experts and the speech at our platform net, so you can find all this and see it. So just really a very few minutes, because I think it needs a bit of just saying something, you know. It's open to the audience, but please stick to the point, a short thing, and also among the experts, you know. Please, you just comment on what we just heard. And we will, I just tell you, we will cut short, we will have to cut short the break, the break at lunchtime, but okay. So please, yeah, please, behind. Maybe you must take a, wait a moment, you get a micro? Where? Yeah, just behind there. Maybe shortly introduce yourself. Huh?
Yes, Hi, my name is Stan Dieter. I'm from the municipality of Amsterdam, and I have a question about the tightening of laws concerning human trafficking. Because don't you think, or no, not human trafficking, for labor, don't you think that by tightening the rules, it would be more difficult for victims to be acknowledged?
Shall we continue and collect a few questions on that, and then hopefully somebody wants to. Also among the experts here, Libya was quite often. Please, Christina Kangas-Funta.
Yes, I'm Christina Kangas-Punta. I used to work with the UNODC on trafficking persons for many years, and when I tried to be very short, but when I was working there for 20 years, trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants, then a little bit less, was always on the agenda of the countries, governments, European Union. Sometimes it was treated as a moral panic, so that we need to do something for those poor victims, and different types of ways were coming and going. But now what I'm hearing, and am I right, that actually human trafficking and smuggling of migrants, but specifically human trafficking, is not on the agenda so much anymore. So it is going down. What I heard was that it's not among the priorities of the European Union. Is it also from the experts and those who are now more active than I am? Is this the case? And is there also less funding for all these activities? And what are the reasons for that? Is it so that there are so many other problems in the world currently, or is it because of the political atmosphere? Thanks.
Thank you. One or two more, and then we ask the experts to answer to it. Another comment? No, not at the moment. So. Where is Liliana? Liliana, I think you wanted to say something. What my impression? No? No. Okay. So please, can I ask you just to answer? Who wants to? Okay, Markus.
Okay, thank you. Not just to the last question, no? and you went to Spain, it's where I live, where I work. I would say that trafficking is overshadowed nowadays by other debates, and particularly by migration, undocumented migration. Although in Spain I didn't explain this, no, but we have these illegal entries. Maybe it depends on the year, 30,000, 50,000. These are the illegal entries. Undocumented population, you never know, because it's impossible to register them. But maybe there are 500,000. From this 500,000, most of them arrive by plane to Spain or to other countries. So illegal entries is not, in terms of numbers, the big problem. And what we have in reality is 6 million documented migrants from these 3 million third country nationals, and their problems in terms of integration, etc. These are the real problems. I mean, illegal entries, of course, it's a problem, but it's not the problem in terms of numbers, in terms of everything. No, but anyway, in the political discussion, this is the main problem, and therefore, human trafficking remains in a second position, I would say, just with some discussions in order to amend the law that we have. But then really the parties that are in favor of this amendment, of this discussion, are minority parties, I would say, not the big parties that are more or less satisfied with the legal situation. So unfortunately, I would agree with your general approach that this is not a problem, at least in political terms.
Thanks. Can you hear me? Yeah, no, also because your question points to an important clarification I need to do. I mean, I said in the beginning I wanted to problematize this, the division between trafficking and smuggling. However, it's important to keep the two phenomena. It's important to keep the two phenomena separated, and that's why, because for example in Italy we tend to conflate in public narrative trafficking with smuggling. And this conflation is very functional to a certain emergency narrative that tends to authorize the militarization of border control, and therefore the criminalization of migration or irregular migration to occur. Also, I mean, this is also facilitated by an ambiguity in Italian language. We use the same term trafficante, trafficant for trafficker, and smuggler. We use the same term, which is trafficante. So in Italian mainstream language, and not only in Italian mainstream language, what we in mainstream narratives, what we keep hearing is that we are witnessing an increase in trafficking cases more than smuggling. So it's very prominent in public narrative, despite what we are referring in most of the cases is actually just smuggling.
Of course, the interest of governments, but just a question. In addition, isn't it that many potential victims, people do not want to be classified as trafficked victims? So what about that? Maybe this is contributing, and it is, and we know, when we look into trafficking cases to find out what is very complicated. You showed how complicated the things are. So please, perhaps.
Yeah. So there's several things here. So it's actually a catch. 22, because if there is less attention, then there is less prosecutions, then there is less cases. If there is less cases, then there's less attention. So I was asked a while ago, okay, what do we need? And I said, well, we do need a big case, actually, and preferably that Dutch victims, so sorry for this, that Dutch victims are the victims, because there is also a bias there. If it stays within the migration angle, then we tend to find it, I'm sorry to say, but we tend to find it less severe, less harmful. At the moment when in the Netherlands there were blonde victims with blue eyes, and I'm exaggerating a bit, but were Dutch victims, then there was a complete outcry. Then we invented the lover boy term, and then there was attention to it. So there is also another aspect to that. In regard to the victims not recognizing themselves as victims, of course that is true. That is already that is not new. Whether they want to see them as themselves as victims, often they do not recognize themselves as victims, and therefore, and that is also to the first question, if we make stricter rules, then wouldn't it be more difficult for victims to report or come forward? So we need to think of how it is how to make it easier for victims to come forward, or if they come forward, not to the police, but for instance to NGOs or other organizations, or maybe in an asylum procedure, or in another context, that information can also be used. So that is not. So there are good examples, for instance, in Belgium, where Meria, my colleagues from Meria, they can act as a partie civile in court. But there's also in other countries there are examples where NGOs can testify on behalf of victims. So we also should here think a bit more creatively of possibilities for victims to, so that we do not rely only on the testimony of victims, but that their story can come forward through other means. Yeah, so that is so there is different layers here.
Okay. Yeah. Roger, you want to say?
Yeah, I can't pretend to know really what's going on in the whole world of anti-trafficking. I'm in a slightly different age group from the rest of the participants, I think, and I'm no longer following this on a daily basis. I can just look at a sort of long-range perspective. I think that's right, that these more subtle forms of exploitation, which are difficult to capture, I think it's very difficult to keep the emphasis on this at the present time. We're in a very, very difficult situation in the world. in Europe, and attention tends to be focused on other issues. What I will say is that while the overall emphasis on trafficking may to some extent be declining, this is not necessarily the case with forced labor. If there's one place where forced labor has been very much on the agenda, it's been the recent steps by the United States in particular to adopt legislation prohibiting the entry into the United States of cotton goods allegedly produced under forced labor conditions in Xinjiang, China. So this has been very, very heavily politicized, linked to trade issues. Again, we have to be careful to see that this is not excessively politicized, but it's just a comment that this is where you things come up from time to time. We get occasional exposés in the States, but you have a really strong focus on one or two issues like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much. Susanne, La Strada International. Susanne, please.
Yes, actually, I don't have a question. I just want very quickly to comment on what you just asked, because I see a very scary narrative used all the time that victims don't identify themselves. And to me, this goes, and I see that everyone is raising this question, and it becomes a very normative narrative at the moment. I think it should not matter whether this person would recognize themselves as a victim of trafficking or not. There are other peoples that know the legislation should inform the person that if it's trafficking has a right and then help. But we have other things. So firstly, why is this very worrying? First of all, it's used by all the governments who has a responsibility to identify, to blame again the victims for not identifying, because they continuously saying victims don't identify themselves, they don't come forward, and that's why we don't see it. But they don't say we don't do enough to identify those persons, and actually it's our responsibility and our fault that we don't see them, because we only recognize about 1% in Europe. So that's one thing, so don't put it back to the victim. Secondly, if we make it much more easier to inform the victim structurally and also to tell them that they have those rights and ensure that they can safely report, they would come forward if we know. But the moment they come forward, what do we say? We think that the victims make misuse of the system. Just one example, in the Netherlands, we had 41 cases identified by our member Fair Work in the Netherlands, victims of human trafficking from Ukraine. 49 with labor exploitation had indications of human trafficking. I think so far none of them is identified. They are in Connie's report, but none of them is identified by the authorities because it's not human trafficking. You don't know how difficult it is for us to prove that a very severe situation of exploitation is human trafficking. So let us please stop, experts in the field, to blame it on the victim and saying it's because they don't identify themselves. I don't care if they don't identify themselves as human trafficking. We should identify them as human trafficking and states, and we should ensure that they are formally identified, because otherwise they have absolutely no rights. Sorry, but I get very angry about this.
No, that's okay, but it's not only about identifying themselves, but it is the processes are so long. The added value, for a person identified as victim, this is important. And there I think we are not good, in doing that, because it takes ages, until a victim really gets something, out of the situation, whatever we call it, all the rights, etc. So this procedure, I think it must be clear. This is also my feeling, having been in this, dealing with this issue for a long time, that victims very often have the feeling, I don't want that, so no, I don't want that, I just want to live, and if I go in this procedure, so it's more in the procedure, they hamper me there, there's this, it's that, it's here. So I think this is what we have to reflect, because otherwise we won't be successful, I believe, at least, I don't know. Okay.
Something on that.
Yeah, please.
Is it working? Can you hear me? Yeah, no, that's interesting also, because from a social anthropological point of view, the reason why many victims, at least based on my experience, to recognize themselves as victims is because they don't see themselves as victims. And this is interesting because, for example, when I was doing research among unaccompanied minors fleeing the Syrian war, for them, embracing situation of trafficking and severe forms of exploitation was the only way of exerting agency, capacity to change a situation that was even worse. So what happens if you intervene on these trafficking cases without offering legal avenues for mobility? It's that you make their situation even worse. And that is interesting. Mm-hmm. And there's something that should be accounted for. Mm-hmm. That's it.
Okay, others? Okay, so then I close this because we are terribly back in time. So thank you very much for this panel. And I invite the next panel to come here. It is Kirill Sharapov. He's researcher and professor of applied social sciences at Edinburgh Napier University in Scotland. It is Liliana Sorrentino, the legal officer division of international protection at the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. It is Mike Dottridge. He's independent expert, but this doesn't really explain what he is. You know, he has influenced everything, all the documents, almost all the documents we have at European and international level. And it is Maria Grazia Giammarinaro, very well known to most everybody. She had important positions at the European Union. She was the UN Special Rapporteur on human trafficking, and she is now a board member of a member of the PhD board of the Human Rights Center at the University of Padua. She's also a professor in Ireland somewhere. So, I mean, she has really a large record on dealing with human trafficking. And from profession, she is judge. So this is also important because we know what goes, what doesn't go, and why. So we start immediately with Kirill. You said as long as people in precarious situations have no other choice but all anti-trafficking measures and policies will continue to fail. We would quickly underline this, and you did recent research, I think, for IOM. Just tell us a bit about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for being here today. I want to reflect in my contribution today why, despite the substantial resources which are still being poured into anti-trafficking, and I'll come to that in a second, and also attention, the anti-trafficking policies often fail to address the root causes of exploitation and trafficking. And I think the key starting point is to recognize that as long as people remain trapped in this context where they have no other choice but to enter exploitative conditions, anti-trafficking efforts will continue to fall short. Poverty, and it's been mentioned here already, insecurity, precarious work, lack of legal status are the real forces that push people into exploitation. And also the opening interventions mentioned the exploitative economies where the extraction of both human and natural resources for profit at the lowest possible cost play a significant role. We have governments, we have what I used to describe consumer citizens rather than citizen consumers who tolerate or even encourage this exploitation, and we bear much responsibility for the resulting abuse, violence, and trafficking. And the issue is not necessarily the lack of training amongst frontline professionals, also we know there are gaps, or the need for more awareness-raising campaigns or another poster at the airport. Today, I'll discuss this idea of not having a choice, and I'll link it to the concept, which is very much familiar to anti-trafficking experts and migration experts, the concept of vulnerability. And I'll also critique, probably quite controversially, two concepts or two ideas, the ideas of potentiality and moral certitude. So moral certitude refers to a strong conviction that something is ethically or morally right, and it's based on personal values and beliefs rather than hard evidence. Unlike, you might call it absolute certainty, which is based on verifiable facts, moral certainty grounded in ethical principles. It's kind of unwavering belief that an action is just even when it cannot be objectively proven. And this discussion of potentiality and moral certitude in relation to anti-trafficking comes from my work with my collaborator, John Mendel, who is at the University of Dundee, and the article is coming out, so I'm plugging that in. But I've got other two plugs. Earlier this week, Anti-Trafficking Review launched its latest issue, which I co-authored with Suzanne Hoff, who is here, and John Mendel. And the issue is dedicated to anti-trafficking funding, and that responds to the question by Christina. And contribution in this issue found that the volume of anti-trafficking funding that's been poured into this by governments, by international organizations, and by sometimes corporations, but also private funds, has not diminished, it's actually increased. There are about 7 or 8 contributions in the issue. What unites them all is the idea that in most cases, this anti-trafficking funding, although it's been increasing, actually not much of it finds its way to victims. And some of this funding actually actively harms and disempowers communities at risk and people who are trafficked. So please have a look at the website. All articles are free access, and it's absolutely fascinating. And also, earlier this week, the IOM and UNHCR released a report which I authored, which focused on the evolving and changing vulnerability of Ukrainian refugees to abuse, violence, and exploitation, and 2 case studies were Poland and Romania. The research was prompted by the fact that the expected human trafficking crisis at the Ukrainian border did not materialize. There were quite a lot of moral panic, hundreds of thousands of refugees were predicted to fall into the hands of traffickers. It didn't happen. And the main reason, in the eyes of anti-trafficking and migration experts, and that is something that Mike has reflected in his position paper, is that the European Union swiftly rolled in the Temporary Protection Directive, which provided Ukrainian refugees with access to free movement, housing, social benefits, opened up the labor market, and basically ensured that the protection measures were in place from the very start. So to go back to this idea of having no choice but, it's about the situations where individuals are trapped with no real alternatives. Structural factors such as poverty, discrimination, lack of access to essential services place people into the vulnerable positions, leaving them open to exploitation when no other choice is actually available. The research with Ukrainian refugees in Poland and Romania highlighted this issue. Many of them had legal status, they had mobility options within Europe, and access to welfare or employment under the temporary protection regime. Not all of them, but some continue to face significant challenges, including financial hardship, difficulties finding employment linked to different elements of identity. Persons with disabilities were amongst the most vulnerable, housing insecurity and discrimination. But these people were not completely destitute. They were vulnerable, but they were not at the extreme end of vulnerability. And this brings me to this idea, which we used in this paper and in the report that's been published, of the spectrum or continuum of vulnerability. And it goes beyond the simplistic view that you are either vulnerable or not, that the vulnerability is either present or absent. Indeed, it exists on a continuum or on a spectrum. At one end, we have this extreme vulnerability, factors such as undocumented status or severe poverty, and these factors greatly increase the risk of exploitation. On the other side, we have resilience, where protections such as legal work status, access to social services, reduce vulnerability. And most individuals fall somewhere in between, but their position changes all the time, depending on their circumstances, but also on the protection that is being made available. And here we kind of shift the focus not on how people are vulnerable, but what we are doing to protect them so they do not move from the extreme end, from the less extreme end where they're more or less resilient, to a more extreme end where they are basically available for traffickers or any other intermediaries to exploit them at will. For example, we found that Ukrainian Roma refugees did not necessarily experience exploitation, but they did face heightened vulnerability due to discrimination, exclusion from social support systems, and unstable housing and employment. These factors put them closer towards this high-risk context, but these factors of vulnerability were mitigated by welfare support, temporary housing, and freedom of movement, which helped to mitigate some of these risks. One key finding from this research is that human rights-based approach to displacement did reduce vulnerability to abuse, violence, and exploitation. However, as the war in Ukraine is about to reach its 3rd anniversary and there is sadly no end in sight, refugees' coping capacities have started to diminish. Some of their savings are for some people, some of their savings are running out, income sources are drying up, and the psychological strain has been increasing. And as at the same time, the support that has been provided by the national governments and also humanitarian organizations due to the funding issues has been decreasing. And the benefits are becoming more conditional on employment or integration. So we have these two trends, diminishing resources and conditional support, which are pushing some of the Ukrainian refugees into this extreme zone of vulnerability, particularly in terms of the socioeconomic risks, which could potentially lead to increased exploitation in future. And I'm using potentially very carefully here. This risk, potential risk, can be mitigated because we know fairly well what the factors are that create this vulnerability in this specific context. However, focusing too much on potentiality often shifts attention away from addressing the real conditions that people face. And a good example here comes from the United States and this Foster-Sester legislation, which aimed to reduce sex trafficking by targeting online platforms where trafficking can potentially occur. These platforms, however, also provided safer environments for sex workers. Shutting them down did not reduce trafficking, but instead pushed workers into more dangerous, unregulated spaces. And the pretext for doing this was the potential for trafficking to occur. Focusing on potentiality can lead to criminalizing vulnerable people who may potentially get into the boat and cross the Mediterranean simply for being in precarious situation. And this reactive approach fails to address the root causes that create vulnerability in the first place. And now I'll move very quickly to moral certitude, and that is the belief that trafficking is such fundamental evil that any measure to stop is justified, regardless of the consequences. And this mindset often drives interventions like high-profile raids and rescues, which may offer temporary relief, but they fail to tackle the underlying causes. We know about raids which rescue people from exploitative conditions, often to leave them without long-term support like housing, healthcare, or legal aid, which has been cut across many European countries, including the UK. And as a result, they remain vulnerable and may return to the same condition that they were rescued from. So the danger of this moral certitude is that it stifles critical thinking. When anti-trafficking measures are seen as inherently righteous, we stop questioning whether they work or even cause harm. And policymakers, in their eagerness to act, to look as if they're acting, may overlook the systemic issues that create trafficking, leading to policies that actually exacerbate the causes of vulnerability. So what's the alternative? The answer lies in shifting from reactive and enforcement-driven policies and focusing on structural solutions. Instead of creating legislation and policy that target potential trafficking scenarios, or rely on moral certitude to justify interventions, we really must address the underlying factors, and that's something that's been discussed this morning, and I think we need to continue this discussion. And the continuum of vulnerability is a really good framework to look not at the inherent vulnerability, but at the protection measures that must be put in place to address all of these factors which sit at personal, situational, and structural levels. And lastly, we get together and debate these issues almost every year. And all of this that we are talking about may seem obvious. When I was thinking about this speech and this intervention, I was thinking, well, isn't it just obvious? Does not everyone know these things? But this may not seem obvious to, like a revelation to many others, because many still view trafficking through the lens of a movie like Taken, or think that reporting suspected cases via an app, like a car wash app, the notorious car wash app in the UK, will result in immediate rescue and support. And we should not forget that there are people, including policymakers and politicians, who still believe the earth is flat and that migrants eat pets. And this makes it more important than ever that we continue to speak up, and thanks to Helga for the 27th opportunity to do so. And we need to push for critical debate, and we need to advocate for effective and evidence-based solutions rather than quick fixes that we hear about so often from the politicians that we ourselves select. So, big question mark, and I'll just pass on to the next speaker because I know about the time. Thank you.
Liliana, forcibly displaced people are particularly at risk of being trafficked. Why and what? Please.
Thank you, Helga. First of all, thank you very much for bringing me here and also for providing an opportunity to bring the perspective of refugees, of displaced people to the question of trafficking. And also many thanks to many of the speakers, because I have heard, and it doesn't happen often, many of you speaking of people who are leaving their countries because they're trying to save their lives. They're escaping conflicts, they're escaping violence, they're escaping persecution. And while doing so, for many reasons, which I will mention, in some cases they may end up into trafficking. What I thought I would do, Helga, is to give a little bit of a global perspective and some data, and then focus. The title of this panel was, which policies should change? Does what we have work or not? So let me start with giving, with our latest data on global displacement, and these are very scary data. So to our latest count, we have 122 million of forcibly displaced people around the world. And this number has been growing for more than 12 years. Secondly, 66% of these people have been in a protracted situation. This means that they have been in displacement at least for 5 years without a durable solution to what happened to them. Of course, I'm not saying that they are victims of trafficking. I'm saying that they are refugees without access to effective protection in many cases. And as we heard from many speakers, also in the morning from the national coordinator and now from Kirill, that as time goes on and these situations become protracted, then humanitarian assistance is reduced, then the resources that they were counting on or they had with them when they fled, if they had any, they also start depleting. And that's in those precarious situations, depending on the individual vulnerability, on the situations, but also on systemic problems, that's when trafficking may start to become a problem. So then, and I think it's important to unpack, and this is some of the work that we're trying to do, to look at the risks of trafficking as they appear during the journey. So we have risks that may appear when someone is initially leaving the country and trying to seek safety. And we should know and we should tell to all European countries that the majority of refugees receive protection and flee in the neighboring countries. 69% are in the neighboring countries of where conflict is happening. And we see this with Ukrainians here, but we see a lot of this, of course, in many of the African countries or in other parts of the world. Secondly, so there are risks that emerge when refugees leave. They leave not only their homes. Very often they get separated from their families. They live without documents. They're escaping to save their lives. They may have no resources with them. So when access to territory, when access to safety is not possible for them, then what may happen is that they have no other option but enlisting their lives in the hands of smugglers. Those the only ones who may be able to facilitate their crossing of the border and reaching a place where they hope to find safety. Sometimes, when they reach this place, they don't really find effective protection. We have many situations in which they may not have enjoyed the right to work. They may not be able to reunite with their families. They may be waiting for years for the outcome of their asylum applications. So we need to unpack and look at the risks along these different phases of displacement. So the first point, when we look at the policies that we know do not work, I will start by referring to restrictive entry systems and restrictive policies that limit the access to international protection. Those policies have exactly the unintended effect that we heard from many speakers earlier of fueling trafficking and smuggling operations, because smugglers, who often then turn to be traffickers, are the only one facilitating that journey. The second, and that's where we need what we call protection entry systems. And by this, we mean that there is a system at the level of the country response which is able to make differences. You were referring to these differences earlier, which is able to cater to the needs of those who are arriving, distinguishing those who have international protection needs, those who have specific needs because they were victims of torture, they were victims of violence, they were victims of trafficking. And provide for them to be referred to the proper channel of protection for them. So we have seen, and I think this is brilliant, also this research that we have done, thanks to you, Kirill, and also to the collaboration of many others, on the Ukraine situation. That's where we have seen that when people are leaving their homes and are escaping conflict, when they don't have to be afraid and they don't need to hide, but they can cross the border, they can try to reach where they have any family connections or any network, when they can access very rapidly the labor market, when they can have access to social benefits, when their children can go very quickly in school, then that's where really risks get mitigating. So it's very important to say that, you know, in implementing what are refugee law obligations and providing protections for people fleeing, this has been reducing the risks of trafficking. Of course, it's not zero risks. And we just heard that as it gets protracted, the risks may evolve, and they will depend on the individual situations. And of course, we need always to have lenses for certain groups that may be a particular risk because we have intersecting levels of vulnerability, but especially intersecting levels of discrimination. So stateless persons, persons with diverse sexual orientation and gender identities, or undocumented persons. Those are for them, there could be a multiplication of factors that could make them more at risk. Or we know also that it may depend on, for many asylum seekers, when the reception capacities are very limited, and so they are maybe in overcrowded and accommodation centers, and they may be waiting there for years for the outcome of their protection, of their asylum claim. What happens is those are places where traffickers go. Those are places for recruitment. Those are places where you can recruit cheap and exploitative labor because people have no means to sustain themselves, and that's where it can be very, very visible that this is where abusive and fraudulent recruitment practices are starting, and that's the beginning very often of forced labor situations. So we have, contrary to the Ukraine situations, if we look at some of the mixed movements that some colleagues were referring to, for example, Connie speaking of or also Luigi referring to the situation from Libya. I mean, among many routes that from countries in conflict, especially, for example, the Central Mediterranean route, where we see refugees and migrants arriving to Europe, I mean, along those routes, the array of abuses, of violence that people suffer is tremendous. And we have been mapping and counting and reporting on these abuses among those routes. And at the same time, we have been mapping, okay, what protection services do they have along those routes? What is available? When we put together these two maps, the maps of the abuses and the risks, and the maps of what protection services is available, we see that exactly in those very remote areas and where humanitarians have no access, very often NGOs have no access, that's where the most grave violations happen. And that's where we are not there, where there is no money for protection services there. And those are the places where people get traumatized and they are in situations of slavery or forced labor, of trafficking for ransom. That's very, very clear. And this is not happening only in the along the routes of the Central and the Western Mediterranean route. This we see happening in the northbound route going for the Venezuelan refugees and migrants going to the United States. We see this happening also for Rohingya refugees fleeing from Myanmar or living a very difficult and protracted situation in Cox's Bazar, where the incumbent policy does not allow them to access work. They cannot work. They cannot have their children having any educational opportunities, and they are penalized if they leave the camps. For them, only resorting to irregular movement is the only way to seek protection that they have not found there. And that's where, if we don't respond and recognize the situations for what they are, if we don't put in place policies that do not limit the access to international protection, but allow for people to seek asylum, then we are contributing to a variety of other crimes. And one of the things that we are doing and looking at is how important it is that we don't look only at the situation when people arrive, but that we look at the entire situation along the different routes, and that we try to mobilize governments and states to put in place responses at different places to try to address some of the means, and also to provide access to what is available, to put in place services. If people had really opportunities to access international protection, if we had an increase in resettlement places, so there was a need of, last year our data speak of 2 million people in need of resettlement, only 8% of refugees had the possibility of accessing resettlement. If only they could have access to basic opportunities to reunite with their families. In many situations along these routes, families have no other option if they want to give a future to their children to help them to go irregularly and try to be able to access educational opportunities in another country.
This happens also in Europe, and we have examples maybe later on we can talk about it. It happens in Greece and other countries, you know, so.
And on the labor policies and access to decent work. So we know, that, for example, our data says that 65% of the refugees have formally access to the labor market. It's not perfect, but it is not little. The problem is that for 45% of these refugees, there are restrictions in the enjoyment of this right to work, which means that there are barriers that can be practical, administrative. And this means if they cannot work, if they cannot sustain their life, how they can be included and live in safety and dignity. That's where, you know, we have the tools, we have the laws, it only needs to be implemented. So
very often what European and others governments do, you know, is just to think about how could we regulate it, how could we force them to do this or that, instead of just working with them together and letting them do, you know, they could even find some better solutions. So, but this is a long discussion, probably we won't solve it, but we think of what we can do in this regard, Thank you.
Yeah. No, I think that's what it maybe look simplistic, but really preventing trafficking for refugees is really about broadening protection and expanding the opportunities for them to have access to durable solutions, to resettlement, to complementary pathways, to reunite with their families, or to access work or education.
Yeah, thank you very much, Liliana. Most interesting. Mike Dottridge, as I said, I mean, for so many years, you know, he has really consulted and contributed to most of the documents, you know, internationally and at European level. And let me say that we also produced, again, a paper, the so-called position paper. I think it's an excellent paper. And it was, of course, Mike to compile it and together with others, you know, in discussion to highlight what is important. But I have already reactions of this position paper that people tell me, oh, this is really a good paper, so wonderful. It's all available at our platform net, and as I said before, we would like to continue on this in this direction also next year, as there are 25 years of the protocols, of Palermo protocols. Okay, Mike, with you we would like to discuss precondition for change, or is this anyway not possible? So we will see. And you would say addressing the structural causes of labor trafficking, why this alternative and advice on protecting migrant workers are so often ignored. So tell us what you think, why this is the case.
Thank you, Helga, and thank you for the opportunity to ask all of you to have a brief sleep before lunch, because despite what Helga has just said, actually over the last 30 years, none of my policy advice has been picked up. So you're talking to another, or you're listening to another social anthropologist who thinks he knows what's going on in the real world and makes policy suggestions on that basis. And unfortunately, policymakers are in a different universe, as we know. They listen to their electorates. And in particular, unfortunately, in the year 2000, the UN adopted an anti-trafficking protocol, which put all the responsibility for enforcement on the criminal justice system. Now, even then, they were very concerned about migration. And of all the people in your country who are real professionals, who knows least during their training about the outside world? The criminal justice system. The police have to focus on their neighborhood. The prosecutors and the judges as well. They may have had ritzy holidays. They haven't crossed the Sahara as I have. They haven't had to work in development projects. They actually are not the right people to apply any sort of rules or regulations or even think about prevention when it comes to poorer countries or the third world. So I'll start with the only bit you need to listen to. The 2000 anti-trafficking protocol was not fit for purpose when it was adopted, and I knew that at the time, having already run an anti-slavery organization for 4 or 5 years, and it is not fit for purpose now. The difference is that at least at the end of the 1990s, there was a brief window for introducing international legislation. And now there isn't, and there won't be for some time. So there's no point in us trying, as some of us talked about a few years ago, to think about how to reform and amend and improve any international standards. Let me focus a bit more on the title of this intervention and on prevention. We've already referred briefly to problems of prevention outside Europe or in countries of origin or indeed in parts of Europe where, can you believe it, the governments are not entirely honest, might be a little bit corrupt. There are massive reasons why people should migrate, and they always do so in precarious situations. I went to West Africa to work, and the first thing they said is, oh, sorry, we can't pay you at the level we promised. You have to accept this lower grade. You know? So this is, unfortunately, a big problem that prevention got no serious attention in the anti-trafficking protocol, not much in the Council of Europe Convention, and having just almost finished reading through hundreds of quite serious articles about the pattern of human trafficking and emigration from one specific part of Nigeria, the part of Nigeria that has the longest contact with Europe, the Benin Kingdom or the Edo State in Nigeria as it's now called. Having just finished that, I can say that everything, bar about 2 articles, that's said about prevention is rubbish. The analyses of why women from Edo State migrate and the conditions and so on are fundamentally flawed. So I don't think we have to be there, but we have a serious problem if the entire trafficking industry does not look at what happens in areas from which people migrate in extremely precarious situations. What we do know a lot about is about prevention in industrial societies and in European Union in particular. And maybe the question today is, why, when we know a lot about it, do we not apply the knowledge? why do we not do what the rule book says? I have to the left of me one former OSCE special representative who listed out 10 years ago or more a lot of the measures to take. Another over here also who talked about the measures to take. We have just 2 years ago another international organization, the Council of Europe, issuing a very substantial recommendation based on work of Greta, the treaty monitoring organization, about how to prevent what in polite society in Europe we call trafficking in human beings for labor exploitation. Labor exploitation, remember, was a nice way to summarize slavery, servitude, forced labor, and slavery-like practices. It was considered a more acceptable umbrella term. Well, the answer is that there's a huge number of measures, and I can talk to you about some of them, but our governments, for some reasons, prefer not to ensure that those are applied. Or if they do a bit, they don't do nearly as much as is necessary. 16 out of the 57 recommendations made in a commentary to the Council of Europe recommendation 2 years ago address prevention. And my guess is when this is assessed in 3 or 8 years, that we'll still find that out of those 16, 15 in each member state of the Council of Europe have not been applied properly. We're talking mainly about migrants in the European Union, but in other areas, not necessarily just migrants. We're talking about poor people working in exploitative circumstances who, if they complain to anybody, are likely to be come out worse off rather than better off. So the first thing to say is, of course, if you are working in exploitative circumstances, for example, harvesting grapes down the road here, or dare I say, even highly valuable grapes in the Champagne area of France, if you're working in those areas and you go and complain to anybody about the fact that there's no electricity or no water or no showers, or that you have physical health problems as a result of the work you're doing, you will end up worse off. So when legal systems offer not only no incentive but lots of negative incentives, then of course the rule of law is not going to flourish. I won't go into details on the many forms of regulation that can protect such workers, but I will again go back and make a general statement, which is that the labor inspection system we inherited from the Cold War in 1989 was not fit for purpose in the period since 1989. So unless the country you live in has hugely changed and modified both either the labor inspection system or another law enforcement agency that can look at informal economy and in the very many areas in which migrants are working, and have not only a mandate to check, but also to collect intelligence, to carry out arrests, to carry out surveillance. Unless they have a very serious mandate, then your country is actually not trying to tackle the problem seriously. And I think we'll come back to it later this afternoon. Of course, the whole area of recruitment, particularly long-distance recruitment, but sometimes just recruitment around the slums or around the poor areas or in the refugee hostels in Paris, where we want people to go up to Champagne to cut grapes this week. Unless the recruitment system is also regulated, then we're in disaster. 10 years ago, I had to compare some systems for self-regulation by recruitment industry with state-orientated ones, and I had to come down as I suppose, the Americans would say, a good socialist, and say the self-regulation systems were, again, not fit for purpose. So there's a lot that we know what should be done, but it doesn't get done, or it doesn't get done properly. So let me just try and speculate why that is. Because government politicians don't tell us. They say that they have robust laws and they're going to punish this heinous crime of trafficking. They don't mean it. They're just talking the usual political rubbish. Well, the first thing is, what should we do? Should we send all those officials on a kind of re-education course? Should we send them across the Sahara on the back of a lorry or a truck? Yes, definitely, I'm in favor of that. Should we oblige people to understand what's going on in the rest of the world? Yes. So again, are our educational systems in Europe fit for purpose? Do we teach the 13 to the 17-year-olds that say the right things about the rest of the world? No, we don't. I'm sure there are some exceptions. But we have to educate young people as well as professionals about what the real world is functioning. And that doesn't mean using terms like trafficking or other labels that you think you can stick on a person as they cross your frontier. It means learning a bit more about realities. The other way in which we've heard this morning we could sledgehammer either McDonald's, and I should point out that the McDonald's branch we were talking about hearing about from Roger just earlier is just situated about 10 kilometers from my house, but I don't like McDonald's hamburgers. How should we come down on them? So let's go back to champagne, because champagne, after all, is the best sort of wine. And you'd have thought when trafficked workers are found harvesting grapes in the Champagne area that someone would want to denounce the champagne brands. But the first trial I looked at in 2020 in Reims, just near the Champagne area, it was clear that a great deal was done, perhaps behind the scenes, to ensure that the champagne brand was not dragged through the mud. So that's the first thing that I actually want to mention about the government justification for not doing the right thing. They, in the European Union, are in neoliberal economies where their job is to deregulate rather than to regulate and to ensure that business can function and make a profit. So they don't want to stop cheap labor, and they don't have an interest in tarnishing the image of businesses. The US functions a bit differently, which is why we've seen some prosecutors there go after famous businesses. But in Europe, we're a bit more nationalist, so I won't mention the names of either my favorite Grüne Veltliner or my favorite champagne brands to question whether those ones are particularly involved. But I will say that governments are keen not to tarnish the reputation of products and businesses. And of course there we're talking about oligarchies, conspiracies of silence and so on. A lot of self-interest. And that's why when we get down to it and want law enforcement to crack down on labor exploitation or trafficking rather than illegal workers or people who are working without a work permit, that's why the advice that has been regularly given out over 25 years is so often ignored. Why some quite complicated operations, I don't know whether Philip will want to talk about one in Berlin a few years ago, where almost all the agencies are on board to visit the construction sites to protect trafficked workers or workers who are probably trafficked, but one agency can say no. One agency can intervene and say, no, they are working without proper authorization. They should be detained and deported rather than protected. So we have, you know, some nice paper, some nice words, and let me go back to the beginning and say, unfortunately, most of it is not fit for purpose. There's a lot we can do, but we're not doing it. If you are a policymaker, please talk to me and I'll give you the lists of things to do. But for the rest of you, just bear in mind, we're a long way from where we should be. Thank you.
Yeah, it's certainly a long way to make them fit for purpose, yeah? But nevertheless, it's good to know, you know, and in a joint action, maybe we can move a step forward. So thank you very much for this. Yeah, Maria Grazia Gianmarinaro. With you, we would like to reveal the question how contradictory EU migration and anti-trafficking policies affect trafficking and exploitation. Please.
Thank you. So, first of all, I take seriously Helga's recommendation to focus on what can be done. So I continue the tradition of suggestions that weren't picked up. But I think it is worth to do that. So the first clear contradiction, as has been said, in EU legislation and policy is that there is no common legislation concerning entry, migrants' entry. And this, of course, means that there irregularity is the only choice. Because regulation of countries, EU countries, are very different and, generally speaking, ineffective. In the sense that, for example, in Italy, when there is a system of quota, the procedures are so complicated and so unrealistic that people coming regularly according to this system is less than the quota that are already underestimated. And what is the possible solution? I think that the only solution, and we should, try to advocate for that, is the entry for job search. And this is not a dream. It is not about lovers of good causes. No, this is a directive proposal of 2001, where the possibility of applying for a work permit in the EU country in which the person was already present, legally present, which is very, very large as a definition, including, of course, temporary visa, this person was allowed to ask for a work permit in the EU country. And this, of course, for waged work or self-employment. So it was very, very, very broad. And of course, member states, for political reasons, opposed this proposal that became a green paper and then became an action plan and then nothing at all. But if we consider that subsequent legislation on trafficking could not overcome the issue of irregularity as the only option, we should think that we should start again to advocate for a shared regulation on entry. And paradoxically, there could be momentum because, employers' organizations in a number of countries are putting pressure to enlarge regular channels for migration because simply they need workers. In Italy, yesterday was approved a decree, urgent decree was approved I did not have time to study it, but allegedly there are a few good points, together with many bad points. But anyway, this could mean that paradoxically, as I say, there could be momentum to improve something and revamp at the European Union level the need for common regulation. Another solution is on a regular basis procedures to regularize people that already work in the country. The Spanish legislation could be an example, but of course it is too early to evaluate the results. But the idea, I think, it is good. Of course, this lack of regular channels for labor migration produces a stress of the asylum system, because the asylum becomes the only possibility to stay legally in the country. And what the EU is doing, the EU with the EU Pact and a number of other regulations, is promoting accelerated procedures, which means the borders, which means violation of fundamental rights of asylum seekers. Because, of course, at the borders, it is impossible to evaluate every single application on the basis of individual circumstances. Everything will be done on the basis of the list of so-called safe countries, including very, very well-known countries of origin of trafficking. So the externalization of frontiers, which is the EU policy, is definitely detrimental for the identification and protection of trafficking victims. And I mentioned the example, recent example of the agreement Italy-Albania. The agreement Italy-Albania is different from the agreement EU-Turkey, because in that case, Turkey was identified as a safe country in which the asylum procedure could be processed and under the Turkish jurisdiction. In the agreement Italy-Albania, the procedure will be done under the Italian jurisdiction, so it will be a sort of extraterritorial jurisdiction with many legal problems that I don't even mention. But what happens to vulnerable people? First of all, only people rescued by the Italian Coast Guard can be taken to Albania. So this is a clear discrimination. What about people rescued by NGOs or by commercial vessels? Who and when and where vulnerabilities will be assessed and identified? Because, interestingly, vulnerable people cannot be even taken to Albania. So this means that procedures, including those aimed to identify minor age, for example, or health conditions or whatever, should be done after the rescue on the boat, which is, of course, absolutely impossible. So violations, human rights violations, will be there without any doubt. And in addition, there is a complete vagueness and even about authorities in charge of such procedures. So there is a mention of IOM, but it is not even clear if IOM will be there. UNHCR will be in charge of monitoring, but monitoring on what? But who is in charge to identify vulnerabilities? It's not clear. It's not clear, not even if all this system will be actually in place. Now they are talking about November, but anyway, this is the poisoned fruit of the EU policy, which a very bad and toxic example of externalization. What EU should do? The EU should value the EU coordinator and its function. In fact, the EU coordinator should have much more power to really even try to make the coordination effective. But what I say is that they didn't even try to do minimal things. For example, the directive, the revision of the directive, and we have worked a lot with La Strada International to put forward good suggestions to improve victims' rights, were completely overlooked, and actually the only thing that could have been probably done concerning the specific legislation was to harmonize the trafficking directive with the smuggling directive, and not even that we didn't reach, not even that. But anyway, my last point is I recall what Connie Ricken said. It is important to look through trafficking lens, because this allows us to magnify the protection side, and I agree with what has been said about the fact that the protection system should be enlarged and made more effective for asylum seekers and migrants. From this point of view, I wonder whether, and this is the last suggestion, wonder whether the reality, this difficult reality, should be seen not only through trafficking lens, but through exploitation lens, to enlarge the area of the situations that deserve, that need to be tackled in terms of protection, and to disconnect protection from the necessary link with criminal proceedings, which is something that doesn't work, and doesn't work especially in the field of labor exploitation. We have started a sort of conversation about that in a seminar we had with Connie and others. And we are determined to continue to reflect about what exploitation in operational terms, not in penal law terms, can mean. And we will continue, and I wonder whether next year this could be included also in this think tank conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, definitely it's time for lunch, but nevertheless, because it was really most interesting. So are there some comments, from, yeah, please, we have one comment over there. Can you raise your arm again? No, behind. You too.
Hello, thank you. My name is Angelika Hoffmann. I work for an international organization at the Women's NGO Committee and at the UN here in Vienna. One question where I might not have an answer. But why we never talk about the real basic root causes? That we in the North exploited almost all and brought and still bring all what to our countries, to our northern countries, for our good life and our well-being, all what the countries in the south would urgently need for the lives of their people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, we had quite a lot of that, you know, of course, this is a good thing, yeah. Somebody else? Yeah, please. Now it's Lisi here, now Peter von Dellenfalfi. No, the...
Yeah, this panel has really been, in that sense, very interesting, because if you would conclude out of this discussion, then you would say the best prevention of trafficking is to improve the legal entry, the labor entry into the labor entry into the European Union. And in that sense, Michael, he mentions in his paper the temporary regime, and he calls it a Ukrainian model. First, I thought that you are joking, but then I realized that, you know, if you talk to political parties on the middle right side, what's going on now is that they say, yeah, it's actually the refugee convention has failed of 1951 and the protocol, and we should take the whole migration issue and the entry issue into our hands. We have the temporary protection regime. We can use it. In almost every EU countries, you have a provision of the national law where you can take people from a certain region and from some certain country on certain basic consideration and legalize them in the host country. So the tendency is already there to neutralize the Refugee Convention of 1951. This is very clear. On the second point, and I will be short, yeah, we have a lot of instruments. We have, for example, the blue card. We have the enterprises sponsored visa. And we have now a lot of initiatives by the European Commission. Of course, it's a bit of a bubble what the Commission is writing, because the member states don't like it as a principle. And Marcus has mentioned it in his speech. If you go that way, if you try to enter that way, then it may take you, you said to me, about 6-7 months. Well, I talked to several administrations, they told me, oh, 6-7 months, no, it's more than 12 months. And you have to fill out all sorts of papers and etc. So it has to be improved, but still, I think it's valid what you all said. The last point is I'm making, as of 2025, we will have in Europe valid and implemented the ETIAS. The ETIAS will be the same system as the Canadians have and the Americans. We will give free visa to about 60 countries worldwide, which would include about 1.4 billion people who could enter the European Union, provided that they fill out this little form, which is similar to the ASTA, etc., except that this will cost less. It's just €7. It's being done. And you will get a response within 4 days. If not, there is another procedure and blah, blah, and so on. But this will also, we will see, and the NGOs should be looking at the implementation of ETIAS, because it will be a new unknown instrument for Europe. And this will give everybody who will be entering and allowed to be entering the European Union a possibility to stay over 90 days. So we will see, this is something very new, and I cannot imagine that this will function without any problems, because one of the main differences between the Canadian system and the American and this ETIAS is that Canada has one government, and it's in the jurisdiction of the federal government. The same thing is in the US, but we don't have one government. We have the weak commission, we have all these institutions, etc. So I think it's a good development, it's an excellent development, and it will be very relevant for the victims of the trafficking, I believe, because it's an instrument where you can pack in everything that you will have for 90 days, ladies trafficked or entering and then staying in their home care, etc. So, you know, we will see what happens. So this is my last point, which I wanted to make on that.
Yeah, thank you for this.
Thank
Of
you.
course, it's upcoming and we have to be attentive, yeah? Somebody just respond? That's not the case. I understand. We all need a break. So please, with your understanding. Huh? Okay, Liliana. Yeah, please.
Yes. No, one thing I want to take the opportunity because we have been discussing entry and regular entry. And I want to remind all of you that, I mean, the refugee regime, and so back in 1951, the Refugee Convention provides that refugees should not be penalized for their irregular entry or stay. And this is because seeking asylum is a universal human right, and it cannot be criminalized. So we have really, last week, we have issued the new guidelines on the interpretation of this article of the Refugee Convention. And this is, and I really encourage all of you to look at them because these are really for decision makers to use so that there is no criminalization and no penalization of irregular entry. Because this, if we are not clear with our language and we don't speak of both migrants and refugees, we detract protection from them. Because refugees are entitled to enter and to seek safety. And the way they reach the territory should not be a reason for penalizing them. Yeah. And I think we really, especially in the discussion on regular entry, we have to remember this and use the law that we have properly. Thank you.
Thank you. So we break now, but with your understanding, I would like to ask you if we could come back to the conference in half an hour, because we'll see, we can catch up maybe a little bit and enjoy just a small lunch. But we don't come here for lunch or dinner, whatever. We come here for discussion. So use it for discussion. And in the afternoon, I mean, also most important, we will look at protection. You know, who does get the right protection? What is the right protection, etc., etc. So thank you very much to this panel and enjoy lunch. Good afternoon. We continue with our roundtable. The second part of today will be dedicated to a discussion on how to ensure that everyone who is trafficked gets protection, or gets the right protection, gets, how did we call it, gets attention and the right protection. This is important, so that they feel really protected, and they see or understand that this is an added value to them. So we would like to discuss who among the migrants that are trafficked slips through the net and does not get appropriate protection. Maybe we can, you certainly all have experience on that. Is more monitoring and research needed to understand the factors contributing to trafficking for the purpose of labor exploitation for each group? What further measures need to be given priority? This is what we would like to discuss. We all know that you do an excellent work, but nevertheless, everybody can reflect what else needs to be done. And last but not least, are there examples of coordinated responses involving both state authorities and civil society that should be regarded as good practice? I mean, recently, of course, governments have understood the value of NGOs, but nevertheless, the life of many NGOs is nevertheless difficult, so how could we improve that? And yeah, that's it. And we, in this afternoon, let me say that we have to be really short and to the point, because the technicians are only, I mean, the end of the conference was planned for 4 o'clock, but they gave us a bit of time and said the latest will be 4:30. So we really have to stick to that, and the panelists really will review the particular predicament of migrant women. So we have 3 panels, one panel on women, another one on men, and another one on children. And we are all experts. You do the job for such a long time, so don't tell us everything, We know everything, it's just it's just the important points, we would like to discuss. So thank you very much. I would like to introduce the panel. Also, if I don't tell you everything about these most valuable experts here and long-standing experts, you can read it. We have it at our platform net with the bios. And so I'll be short and introduce. Here I have Zoe Sakeliadou. She is a crime prevention and criminal justice officer at the United Nations on drugs and crime, human trafficking and migrant smuggling section. And yeah, I started you and introduce the others when it's their part. And you will tell us something about findings of the UN global reports on the issue of trafficking in persons, specifically on trafficking in women. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Is it working? Can you hear me? So I am short. I don't need to keep it short. Right after the lunch break, I'm going to offer us some food for thought. Because I found the sessions in the morning truly thought-provoking, and I want to thank you for inviting me in this panel. In this room, I am surrounded by people who have been pioneers, very influential people in the anti-trafficking world, and I want to acknowledge that, and thank you. I'm going to be speaking about something that Dr. Giammarinaro mentioned right before we went on a break, exploitation. And I just want to start by saying that exploitation is so entrenched into our development models that traumatization and victimization is perpetuated. And criminal justice systems have to see this. And part of our job is trying to help the criminal justice systems see beyond that. So some of you said in the morning, so what's new? Preparing for this session today, I was thinking, what's new? So there is something new. I don't know if you've heard about the Summit for the Future and the Pact for the Future. And it says, and allow me to read, years of sustainable development gains are being reversed. Poverty, hunger, and inequality have increased. Human rights are under threat, and we run the risk of leaving millions of people behind. Climate change, biodiversity loss, desertification, and sand and dust storms, pollution, and other environmental challenges pose serious risks to our national environment and our prospects for development. And mind you, these are the heads of state that adopted this pact. And it continues to say the following: we will not accept a future in which dignity and opportunity are denied to half the world's population, or a future with dignity and opportunity becomes the sole preserve of those with privilege and wealth.
What fantastic documents we have, yeah? Did you know that?
So this is very new. It comes from New York last week. Now, coming back to today's reality, not are victims of trafficking not detected, but their histories of exploitation and precariousness go far beyond what we call victim identification or an identification act. So for this session, I will be sharing with you some data, statistical data that we are collecting. And in this room, there is Cristina Kangaspunda that has led this work for many, many, many years. So hi, Cristina. And I'm going to be sharing with you some findings also from case law, because there is the theoretical and political declaratory level, and then there is reality, judicial reality, where futures of people are being judged. We see that women, and I will speak about women in this panel, but this does not mean that men and boys do not suffer. They actually suffer, and they suffer most of the times in silence. I will speak to you about women and the role that gender inequalities play, structural gender inequalities play into the trafficking picture. But let's start with the numbers. What do we know? And I think I also have news here, because in the latest UNODC statistical report, the global report on trafficking in persons, it showed for the first time since UNODC started collecting data on trafficking, that detection of trafficking for forced labor in 2020 was equal to that of trafficking for sexual exploitation, at just under 40% each. And what I am allowed to say to you, because the 2024 report is coming soon, is that preliminary results for the forthcoming report confirm that trafficking for forced labor is now more detected than sexual exploitation, with increasing numbers reinforcing this pattern. The report will be super interesting. Watch this space. And we see that there is a continued increase in trafficking, in detection of cases of trafficking for forced labor. And we see different patterns according to the gender of the victims. So they are exploited for a variety of economic activities. Mostly we see that victims are exploited in the food supply chain, in the agriculture, in the fishing industry. The majority of the victims for forced labor are men, but women and girls make up to 1/3 of this form of exploitation. And it seems that they tend to be largely trafficked for domestic servitude, or let's say for more hidden forms of trafficking. Others are forced to work in the catering business or in agriculture. And then it's interesting to see the global picture, because we are in Austria, we are in the European continent, but the crime is global. In Middle East and North Africa, East Asia and the Pacific, North and Central America, between 40 and 50% of the detected trafficking victims in forced labor are females. And concerning the age profile of the victims, South Asia, Central America, and the Caribbean detect more children for forced labor. And we have both men and boys detected. And we also see another trend, if I may use this term, or another phenomenon of exploitation, that of multiple mixed forms of exploitation, particularly affecting women. Women trafficked for forced labor are often exploited also sexually. And what we see is women exploited in domestic servitude and sexually exploited by men of the household in which they are held as domestic servants, or they are exploited to serve in bars and forced to have sexual relations with the clients. Or a third category is women exploited in forced labor, often agriculture, and forced into sexual exploitation after working hours. And especially when it comes to trafficking for the purpose of domestic servitude, we see extreme violence, or better, this is the type of violence we cannot see. And then something else that I find interesting is the type of organized crime that is involved in trafficking for forced labor. So all trafficking organizations are found in all forms of exploitation, but there are some differences. Trafficking for forced labor is more likely to be carried out by organized crime groups compared to trafficking for sexual exploitation, for example. Often these groups are hiding behind the facade of legal businesses, or the groups work together with each other, operating as different actors in business relationships. And a little bit of more data again, and I'm coming to an end very soon. What do we know? We know, and this comes not primarily by statistical data, but this comes from analysis of case law, of actual cases adjudicated, that women and children suffer greater violence at hands of traffickers. Female victims are subjected to physical or extreme violence at the hands of traffickers at a rate 3 times higher than males, and children are twice likely to suffer extreme violence at the hands of traffickers. But also, a question, because I'm not sure I come here with answers, I come with more questions, and after leaving this event, I will have even more in my head. Are women more likely than men to be traffickers, or are they more likely than men to be convicted? Because according again to statistical data and case law analysis of UNODC, women investigated for trafficking in persons are significantly more likely to be convicted than men. Let us pause here and think about this, because it's interesting. If we compare to other areas of organized crime, female perpetrators are high as a rate, very high. And we need to try to see behind this trend. We tried to do a case law analysis involving defendants that were females, defendants in contexts of cases involving trafficking for sexual exploitation. And we found that in the majority of the cases, the women that were brought before judges as defendants, they actually had themselves a history of exploitation and victimization. And in many instances, this victimization and exploitation went back to childhood years, early childhood years, to the point that there was a full normalization of violence and exploitation. And we saw another interesting link, that of domestic violence. In many of the cases, there was a link with intimate partner violence and domestic violence. The women were subjected to violence by persons they were either involved with or from their broader family backgrounds. And what we also saw is that rarely did the courts pick that up. In a few instances, we saw examples of, allow me to use this term, I'm not sure it is the correct one, but let's call it judicial identification. So instances where a judge had in front of them a defendant for a case involving primarily trafficking for sexual exploitation, and would realize from the evidence provided in the case against the defendant that that person is actually a victim of trafficking. And I'm wondering, and here's one more question to you, and it's not a new one, but are we still looking for the perfect victim? Are we still reproducing gender stereotypes by considering that some victims are more deserving protection than others? Are we? And I think we might agree that we need to look beyond these gender stereotypes. We saw in the case law analysis instances where the courts determined, in a sense, who is a good victim deserving protection, as opposed to others. For example, in some of the cases we examined, we read the very disturbing to me question, why didn't she run away? We know that examples of coercive control, and here for those that are involved in domestic violence work, coercive control is a term that has been examined by Carr and the likes, and has been used to help women getting out of very difficult legal battles in the context of domestic violence. And maybe we could consider what added value would have learning from areas like domestic violence or gender-based violence also in the anti-trafficking world. There was particularly one instance of a case where the magistrate, the judge, clearly saw that the person in front of the judge was a victim, but the prosecutor didn't read that memo and dismissed the case, the judge, but then the prosecutor brought back 3 more times the same case against the victim. They were charging her on prostitution-related offenses and trafficking in persons offenses. And I think at this point, we have to see the elephant in the room, and that is the non-punishment principle. And unfortunately, very few court cases from those that we analyzed picked that up, applied the principle. It was interesting because we saw it working in the direction of mitigating circumstances. So some cases got lesser penalties. Mind you, they were still penalized, but with a lower penalty. But then we also saw instances of what we called the should have known principle, in which the courts considered it an aggravated circumstance. Prior victimization of the defendant was considered an aggravated circumstance because the defendant should have known how horrible it is to be a victim because she herself was victimized in the past. And these cases do exist, and they are not of 50 years ago. They are relatively recent and from various regions of the world. And many other things we saw being involved in the non-punishment principle, not least, the fact that forced criminality or exploitation for commission of criminal acts, when it's not clearly stipulated into the national legislation, rarely is it applied to instances of women that are brought before judges. If we can make a generalization from the case law we analyzed, we saw that traffickers actually used women as shields from criminal liability. They used the victims for commission of criminal acts that are closer to exploitation and more likely to be exposed to law enforcement and get caught. I guess what we hear as the small fish. And as a result, these women are entering the criminal justice systems as defendants, and their victimization and their trauma is perpetuated. I want to finish by sharing with you the wording of a case, because I found it interesting. It was about imposing a criminal sentence over a victim of trafficking who had committed offenses related to trafficking for sexual exploitation and prostitution, and who suffered gender-based violence and unscrupulous exploitation. So the decision says, the court stated, in its eagerness to go after traffickers, it is possible that the administration of justice ends up criminalizing those who are engaged in prohibited conduct, but who are in reality victims of human trafficking, constituting the weakest links, who find themselves in a situation of extreme social, economic, and emotional vulnerability to prosecutions for committing crimes in the context of trafficking as re-victimization and a form of institutionalized violence. This, I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you. I mean, when I listen to that, my feeling is, but I'm quite long in this area, active, have the feeling, so what? Nothing has changed. I mean, we know that from for many years, you know. I mean, we will see. You know, I will later on ask Madeleine Ries, you know, also structural violence. What can we do? We know that violence of justice, you know, in the justice system. So I think later on we should discuss a little bit, you know. Is there something? Of course, we know things have changed. We are more aware of what's going on. But nevertheless, it's strange. We are not at that point where we can say, look, we really have come forward. And of course, also Sangeeta will tell us with your organization, you know, what you see and what you can do. But I would like to continue with Katarina Winiecka. She is the head of the managing director of UNDOC, which is a drop-in center for support for undocumented migrants. And this is something special. I think we can also be proud a bit of that, you know, that this exists. It exists also in this location here. Yeah, you will tell us what it is. She has a very interesting career, you know. I just would like to mention she's an educator, a researcher, an artist, a political activist. So she knows a lot, and with your permission, I would just mention one quote you gave at another occasion. It was not for that. And she said, because also this is interesting, yeah? She said, my parents fled Poland with me at the end of the 80s. I was 3 years old. My first memory is from the refugee camp in Traiskirchen near Vienna. After a while, we were moved to another refugee camp at the Salzkammergut, a former rundown hotel at the end of a cul-de-sac on the main road. I spent 2 years of my childhood there instead of in a kindergarten like my Austrian peers. Yeah, just to give you, to tell you that she knows what we are talking about, you know, and she knows the problem from as migrant coming to another country, and she has excellently developed, you know, in the head of this UNDOC organization. Out there, you probably have seen that there is an exhibition of UNDOC, and I would really recommend to see that. Okay, tell us.
Thank you, Helga. You said already a lot. Thanks for the warming words. So I won't start when I was planning to start, but I will try to make a bridge to your introduction to maybe continue the quote that was read out, because it's not necessarily a story of victimization, for sure, of systematic discrimination in this country of many refugees and migrants who come here, but the refugee house in which we have been staying for 2 years has also a story of solidarity and community engagement. It's a kind of a best practice example, or it has been in the 80s, of a almost entirely self-organized refugee asylum house, which my parents were very much engaged in. So in this space, I actually learned more about solidarity and society than in my later education at university. And I think this experience in my childhood and being among, I don't know, children speaking 20, 30 different languages really made me who I am today, trying to support migrants and refugees and rights. So to start, I think that it's the first time for UNDOC at this expert roundtable. So I would like to introduce UNDOC in short words. First of all, a warmly invite to view the exhibition. UNDOC exists since 10 years, and just outside of this space you will see an exhibition which consists of graphics, illustrations and comics, which were developed together with undocumented or former undocumented workers in participatory processes. And it gives us the possibility to with this kind of visual communication, also to reach out to communities in various languages. So we plan for these exhibitions to grow and travel through various migrant community spaces to inform people about their rights and explain about what UNDOC actually is and what we do. So what is UNDOC? The Drop-In Center for Undocumented Workers is set up by the UNDOC Association, and this is really important to mention, with members such as trade unions, NGOs that support migrants and asylum seekers, migrant self-organizations, and many more. It opened 10 years ago with the goal of informing undocumented migrant workers about their rights and supporting them in fighting back against labor exploitation. So twice a week we have a counseling service as well, just opposite of this room, where for free, with no appointment needed, anonymously in many languages, undocumented workers can come. Maybe it's also important at this point to state that we don't collaborate with police and employers, which is massively important for people who come to trust and to build relationships with our counselors. And of course, in cases of human trafficking which exist, we then collaborate with institutions like LEFE or Menvia. So what do we do next to the counseling? We have outreach and educational work and know your rights workshops. We try to sensitize multipliers, to win them over actively to support the prevention of wage and social dumping. And we have a function as kind of a bridge also here in the house. We try to be a bridge to the Chamber of Law, to trade unions, organizations as mentioned like Menvia and LEFE IBF supporting victims of human trafficking. We help here with identification. Often people come to us because it's very low threshold, to say it like that. And we also support people to get healthcare services if they don't have an insurance. So we're very happy to have Ambermed and the Neuner House being part of the association since last year. So a lot of work is prevention, and I think what has been mentioned before also, labor exploitation. So we're not there only to fight labor exploitation. We want to look at, we need to talk more, I think, about really the lives of undocumented migrants and undocumented migrant workers. So of course we focus here on fighting for labor laws, but we have a whole field in this bridging function where we try to give support and protection also in other spheres of the lives of people, which means health, education, housing. And the central part of this work is community outreach. So next to the counseling service, we aim to create trust and build community, build relationships, which is very important. Like in one project, a former undocumented worker said, when we asked, why do you think not many undocumented workers come to institution and seek help? Why it's also difficult for them to reach out for UNDOC? And there's, of course, various reasons. But she said, organizations like UNDOC need to be part of the communities. They need to be there. So you find out about UNDOC by a friend who is part of the community, not by a perfectly done web page. And so this is kind of where also online outreach work is really important, but in the end, it's still, even if you reach out in the digital space, so important to have these community spaces, meeting spots where we are in direct exchange with people. This is about UNDOC, and maybe a few words to the background, because I know we talk about human trafficking here and labor exploitation, and what is the background for migrant workers here, not only in Europe but in Austria. I mean, we all know that people are being drastically underpaid, working in very poor conditions and being exposed to harm, and the reason specifically in Austria is that we have currently around 30 different residence titles in Austria, which in most cases restrict or completely close off access to the labor market for non-EU citizens. People are forced into informal areas of the labor market or into the pseudo self-employment and thus become dependent on undocumented work. A lot of students come to our counseling service from so-called third country nations, asylum seekers, and employees who maybe have a permit but don't have the right work permit. Those people, we can reach out to those people quite well, but they do have a precarious, but they do have a residence title, and still they work undocumentedly. Here we can really effectively collaborate with the Chamber of Labor, with the trade unions to give support. But what about people who don't have a residence title? And that's kind of the point. We reach out, and we know the reasons why people don't come, because the risk to claim labor rights is just too high. I titled the talk today, Why Knowing Rights is Not Enough. And I would like to say why knowing rights is essential in our work first. So in Austria, the Employer Sanctions Directive from 2009 was transposed in 2013, aiming to protect labor rights of undocumented workers, such as the right to claim unpaid wages. This was the founding moment of UNDOC. Most people, not only the affected, don't know that undocumented workers have exactly the same rights as all workers in Austria. And this is also UNDOC's claim, working without papers, but not without rights. So Know Your Rights workshops that we do in the educational program, as I mentioned, are of course have a critical role in empowering and if sharing the information that people do have the right to fair wages, safe working conditions, and protection of from exploitation. If people don't know it, employers use this lack of knowledge to exploit people. We also, in our digital outreach project, inform people under the claim of knowing your rights about labor laws, health and safety regulations, and give the information where to seek help when you face exploitation. We also help in proving, because it's extremely difficult for people who work undocumentedly to provide evidence that they work undocumentedly because of the absence of written employment contracts. So we gather these things together with them, and we have multi-language information sheets and materials where we support.
I don't like to stop you, to interrupt you, but we really have to see, because otherwise the last panel, which is equally important on children.
I try to make it short, and can I just...
The other possibilities, it will the first, today it's the first time, but next year it's certainly UNDOC.
Can I just...
And you can tell us about the,
Could I just mention a few more points? Okay, I'll look at the time. So, now to be short, and you asked me for clear words, so I tried to sum up. So why knowing rights is not enough for this group of people. There are key challenges undocumented workers face, and the first is fear of reporting. We have to say that the Employer Sanctions Directive, aiming to penalize employers, focuses more on migration control than on labor rights, and the implementation has been largely ineffective in protecting workers. What does it mean? It means that we need to stand up and we need to establish a firewall. A firewall between labor expectations and immigration enforcement is urgently needed so that people can claim their rights without the fear of being deported. As long as this doesn't exist, people will not come up, and we can make so many Know Your Rights workshops, but this risk is there. Another possibility next to the firewall would be to ensure to give people temporary residence title during labor law proceedings, how it's being used in the cases of victims of trafficking, so that people and their affected families, at least for the duration of those labor procedures, have safety of stay. And one of the points UNDOC also makes, demands we make, is access to the labor market for all after people have a residence permit granted, especially for asylum seekers after a few months of stay. We have currently situations where asylum seeker, that our chancellor, just in the last big round before the election, said that asylum seekers have the right to work in Austria. And it's true, but in fact, it's very difficult that people can obtain their rights because they need a specific permit to work here. And in most cases, it's not given, because Austria first checks if there are any national locals who can do the work instead of the asylum seeker. So we have cases of asylum seekers being highly exploited and forced into bogus self-employment because of this reason. If we don't give people access to the labor market, exploitation and trafficking will just continue. And I know, Helga, you're looking already a little bit angry at me. Two more points. Women, because UNDOC supports women and men, of course. Women, especially women, we try to reach out with our online reach out project. There is a high dependency on employers, specifically for women who work in private households. Where there's no separation of work and leisure time, where the residence title depends on their work. We need to strengthen self-organizations here of migrants who exist and support them. Just to mention a few, the EG24, Au Pair Repair. And the last point would be multi-level cooperation. We really need to work together, many institutions and organizations for the rights of undocumented laborers. And as we sit here in the Catamaran of the ÖGB, I also want to say it's a success that UNDOC existed since 10 years. And there's been a lot of really important work being done, but we need to continue, we need to deepen this cooperation, and we need to understand that for undocumented workers, access to these organizations, to the ÖGB, to the trade unions, to the Chamber of Labor is very difficult by its structures.
Okay.
I make a point.
No, we stop here. For all those in Austria, you could really, Katharina could invite them, and we could come and maybe organize something where also stakeholders and others, would then learn more about how to do that. Yeah, I'm very sorry, because
it's all fine.
It's not for the
I don't want to
others,
take time of others.
Really,
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Yeah, most interesting. Sangeeta, so just short, Yeah. And Sangeeta, she's the head of LEF, the organization, the Intervention Center for Trafficking Women and Girls. You have a lot of experience. We thought you could say something about how to, this is also an issue nowadays, how to involve victims, how to involve trafficked people, because you cannot simply ask them to tell thousands narratives, How do you do that? What is realistic and what experience do you have? Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Helga. Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. I will try my best to keep it short. At the international level, there is a buzzword, survivor inclusion. And governments are at a race to implement this so-called survivor inclusion, to include survivors, as they term it. I personally do not like this term. I think just like the term victim, where which has a negative connotation and implies a sort of passivity and a helplessness. Survivor also is problematic on the one hand, because what exactly are we referring to? They're survivors of what? And especially, and quite fittingly with the title of the conference today, labor exploitation can also have subtle forms of exploitation, and not everyone wants to be identified as a survivor. It's very important to remember that the exploitation that takes place is to be understood as something that happens in a point of time, and life continues. And a lot of people don't want to be referred to as victims or survivors, just as human beings, as people just like us, who went through some form of violation. In any case, there is this run, and Austria isn't far behind. With the National Action Plan that came into force this year, we now have the consideration of how to include affected persons. And I'm pretty sure that no one here would deny the fact that it is extremely important to include affected persons. There are two things, and this is something that LEFE, we've been in the field for about 25 years now. Last year we had our 25th anniversary, and it was an opportunity for us to also include our women in the celebration. And we used this opportunity to also discuss with our women and the issues that we are daily confronted with, whether it's gender, migration, identity, to give them a platform to discuss these issues and to decide for themselves how we could. So we wanted them to be a part of the celebration, and it was an honor for us that they were the keynote speakers at our event. And there are a couple of lessons that we learned from that. One thing is the inclusion of affected persons is a long-term process, and this shouldn't be misjudged. It is not something that you can do overnight. It is not something you can manage in a couple of weeks. That was the first lesson. So we made sure, and so the involvement of affected persons was a process that took over months. The second thing is that you include them early on in the process, so that they can decide for themselves how this program or this response is supposed to take place. So giving them what they needed then was they needed training or upskilling. This was extremely important. This means giving them the skills that they need, whether through so that they can actively participate in advocacy, that they can actively express their views without limiting them to having to recount their story. This is something that a lot of stakeholders do not understand. They think that survivor inclusion, as they frame it, is putting an affected person on the podium and having them recount their story. But this is not what we NGOs, or this is not what we want. We need to learn from their lived experiences. This is an extremely important aspect of the development process, the implementation process, and the evaluation process of all the anti-trafficking measures that we have in place. But it needs to be proactive, and it needs to be meaningful. Their input needs to be meaningful. One issue is definitely compensation. Just like we sit here and we're not doing this in our free time, we're doing this as part of our work, we're sharing our experiences. Their experiences need to be compensated. And this is also something that, if you've been following the news or through there are many advisory boards that have been created with affected persons, and eventually they leave these advisory boards because their work isn't compensated. And this means not just giving them some, a small token of appreciation, but really giving them at least the minimum wage or the consultancy fee that you would give any other consultant. So this is something that's particularly valuable and something that we need to pay particular focus to. So this is a structure that we need. And equally important are the safeguards. The safeguards, in the sense, it is an ethical consideration that needs to take place. When you decide to include an affected person, they need to be ready. That's the first thing, and this is where NGOs or counselors or support services are particularly important. And this means giving them the time that they need in order to frame what they want to say. So I'm going to stop it here,
Yes, thank you. Most
so as not to re-traumatize them.
Yeah, most interesting, and we will follow, of course, of how this develops. Thank you very much. And last but not least, at this panel, Madeleine Ries. She is now an independent expert, but she worked many years for the UN Human Rights Office, and she was the former president of the Women's International League for Peace, Freedom and Geneva, and we know one another for many years. Yes. It started in Bosnia-Herzegovina after the war, after the war in Yugoslavia, and at that time she pointed, first the finger to the fact that men there, the men in uniform, were part of the problem, of exploitation, etc., etc. So it dates back to this time, and this time I would like just to ask, looking at that, are you disappointed? What needs to be done? I mean, we said as heading for your presentation or for your intervention, we said there is an urgent need for a progressive interpretation and evaluation of the strategical use of international human rights law and framework. So what is a progressive interpretation, what do you think, and what is the strategical use of international human rights law from your point of view?
Yeah, you've got 4 hours, by the way. And just say thank you, Helga, for inviting me back into this space. It really does feel like I've never been away because not very much has changed. And also to say congratulations on forever pushing us to do better, because I think that's what's really, really needed. Just want to cheat a little bit because I was really taken by Maria Theresa's intervention earlier this morning when she talked about the need that, looking at it through the prism of patriarchy as thought patterns. And I was listening to all the interventions with that in mind, and I will come to your question, don't worry. Because it shapes the structures, which mean the policies and the conduct which come from those structures. It privileges dominant groups and is exclusive, and it's particularly and specifically gendered, but it's also intersectional. So race, class, all the other intersectionalities, they all come into it, and they all determine how the structures then impact on those groups. It means that there's an approach to peace, which is heavily militarized, and we've already had reference to arms sales and arms transfer as an impact on causing chaos in other people's countries. And of course, it's based on and creates economies of exploitation, morphing from capitalism, which is profit-driven, now into unbridled neoliberalism, all of which is destabilizing to all the issues that we've talked about. So fundamentally, that approach, that patriarchal thought patterns, if you like, undermines the principle of equality and human rights. And I think Zoe's cases testify to a lot of that. So looking at Bosnia in that light, yes, I'm incredibly disappointed at what little progress has been made, but it does exemplify completely what it was saying about those two strands, because you had militarization of peace, 80,000 peacekeepers, most of them men. You had an economic disaster after the fall of the Soviet Union, and then the economic distortions that had happened as the state-owned or state-run economies walked straight into the brick wall of capitalist free marketism, which meant that you've got a supply, if you like, and you've got a market, and the whole thing was brought together beautifully by the institutions within Bosnia. And those were the institutions international, there to bring peace, and then those who were responsible for the response. So we have two sets of institutions. I would say that the first were both criminally engaged, but also negligent, by refusing to take on board what was happening and refusing to listen to it. So it was guilt by direct action or by neglect. And then you have the formal, then, response to trafficking, which did not work and institutionalized a criminal law type of response and a migration approach. So before IOM and others got involved and there was money involved, we were able to work with victims to be able to answer what they needed and help support them to get what they wanted, which is usually to go home, but not to make a big song and dance about it, not to put them with little bags on planes and things like that, actually just to give them what they needed. But instead, they were forced into systems of return, which identified them, took away agency, but satisfied very happily the needs of states to prevent what they called unlawful migration. So we had two things, and I think this was really a problem which has now expanded. It's almost as if, when I was listening to Luigi talk, it's as if Bosnia was a tsunami, because it was the intensity of all the different elements coming together in one place. And since then, that tsunami has broken into waves.
Can you speak up and...
oh, sorry. It's broken into waves, which now we've seen the blurring of where institutions are morphing into each other. So you've got the European Union outsourcing accidentally or with negligence to reliance on organized criminals to ensure the control of migration. How on earth did that happen? It's because we didn't see how our institutions, how our structures have led to this blurring. And I think there's root causes of this, and also touched on, which I think is very, very important. One is the narrative. And I think, Mary, you spoke very well to identifying a problem of narrative, calling issues of trafficking and migration crisis, calling it about hatred, speaking up about hatred, and using the populist rhetoric against those who are in need of support and are the victims of criminal activities, but not just. And if we look at things like, love this phrase from physics, which is language creates reality. So how do we actually change the language so we change the reality of people? Now, one way is through the use of law. Go back to the point you wanted me to talk about, really. When we first started doing the work in Bosnia, and Helga's visits were hugely impactful on pushing us to do things. You should have seen how scared the government was whenever she turned up. We didn't have much law. We didn't even have the protocol at that stage. And so it was very difficult to use law as a way of going out. And that's why I go back to the point that our human rights approach at first had far more traction than when we did start getting law, especially as was referenced, we had the protocol, which is very much a criminalization approach. So it didn't help us very much, even though we tried to interpret it through human rights lens. But what we have now, I hope, is to think of a different approach to how we can use law. And I put in the paper, was have a look at how we've been able to progress human rights law into laws of persecution and hopefully on towards gender apartheid. And that's come through, again, that principle of convergence. What does that mean? The idea of persecution, gender persecution, lies in violations of fundamental human rights. So we bring our human rights law full center into understanding what morphs then into a crime against humanity, an international criminal offense, that of persecution, and it's gendered. And then from there, that means we can see not just in the context of conflict where that can happen, we can see it in all the build-up to where we end up with trafficking, if we are intelligent about using it as a thread, which is where we've gone now in relation to our understanding of what should be gendered apartheid. And the consequences of calling something out as gender apartheid are huge, because it means state responses, not just individual criminal responses. So we're moving away then from this focus on the criminal into what's our whole panoply of different laws and regulations that can be brought into changing that narrative. And that does mean back to human rights. Now, I was very lucky the other week because I was listening to Hilary Charlesworth. She's a judge at the ICJ. And she was challenged by saying, well, what's the point of the ICJ? Because you have no enforcement mechanisms. And she said, well, no, we don't. But what we try to do, and what we do, is we provide a thread. And that thread should be seen as a guidance as to how law can show what should be happening, but it won't work if we only look at it through one prism and one prism only. So if you think of the laws which relate to trafficking, How do we then bring in all of those to increase the strength of that thread? And then how do we push it into the networks that she went on to speak about, which is creating a context within which that can work? She mentioned art, music, architecture, and culture as being one of those threads. And if you think of it, all that thing about language being, creating reality is all related to that. It's all related to how we as people respond to crimes we see and how we want to change it. One of the fascinating things about Bosnia was that initially the Bosnian population didn't react to trafficking. They thought it was nothing to do with them because it was international women being brought to service international men, and they had other things to worry about. When it surfaced what was really happening, then there was a change. And then there was a change directly on putting pressure on everyone to do something about it. And I think those are the things we have to be intelligently creating. And that's why I was really taken by what's been happening today. So many different angles to come at the same issues without actually excluding one from the other. And I think that thread, which can be led by law, but which has to be more creative, is one way in which we could look forward to try to making those changes. The last point is, what are our spaces for doing that? And I think, much as we deride many of the UN bodies because they have not been successful in being able to enforce law, we do have possibilities using the Human Rights Council. We do have possibilities building on what we can get through treaty bodies and special rapporteurs. And I was one of those people who used to say, oh, Lord, not another report, when the UN said, oh, let's do this, or let's have another commission of inquiry. And then the case was brought against Israel at the ICJ. And what were they relying on? All those reports that have been happening for many, many years. Documentation, clear proof, brought together, showing us what that whole context and that pattern of violations actually looked like. And that's what we do. And that's what we have to do. And I think maybe in 10 years, we won't be having this conversation if we are able to draw all those strands together and really see where our entry points. And last point, not everyone does everything, and we shouldn't. We've all got our own area of expertise, we've all got our areas of support, and I think that what's going on in terms of the support networks that are being provided need to feed into this so that we're all absolutely working out item. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we should deepen that, yeah? Maybe next year, because there's much for us to learn, and maybe if we really want to change something, this could be most interesting. Thank you very much, Madeleine. But thank you to you all. Yeah. So I'm sorry. Is there an urgent need to say something? Okay. So that's not the case. So thank you very much, and I ask the next panel to come here. So I ask the next panel, this is the focus on men. We have, I don't find my papers. This is, we have Markus Zingerle from Men Via. We have Philipp Schwertmann from Germany and from, hopefully I find that, I can't find it. I need I don't have an agenda. Sorry, I don't have an agenda. Somebody went on. I lost the paper. So we have, as I said, Markus Zingerle from Men Via. It took us also quite some time until this has been established. So thank you very much for your patience and for your for sticking to it. Then we have Vasilis Kerasiotis from Greece. He was the one who brought a case to the European court and won. It was called the Chowdhury case. It was about Bangladeshi people irregular in the country, and where he could prove that this was trafficking, and he follows up. We would like from him. We would like to hear. So what what has changed? We have Michelle Mildwater. I met her in Denmark, and she's a person. She's the founder of an NGO called Hope Now. But you are also a journalist and a filmmaker, so to say. Yeah, unfortunately. I didn't make the films myself. No, you didn't, but you contributed, yeah, and siding with the victims. And do you need something?
No, if I wondered if I can take this chair.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course. Then Susanne Hoff. Yeah, okay. Susanne Hoff. I'm sorry that I put this. We all know her. She's the coordinator of the international coordinator of the network La Strada Network. La Strada International Network, and we have Philipp Schwertmann. He's the head of Migration and Decent Work section at Arbeit und Leben, Work and Life. I start maybe immediately with Markus Zingerle, because he had now 10 years of Menvia. Yeah? It's 10 years that you have been working with it. You celebrated this year. So give us a short view. What are the problems? What is it? Are you satisfied with the developments and these sort of things? Please, you have the floor.
Yes, how should I be satisfied with the developments? I don't know. We now are in the position that we assist about 100 male victims of human trafficking per year here in Austria, and we do this with a staff that also is slightly growing was slightly growing in the last years. And yes, but I will continue with my statement from last year, with my last sentence, which was where I spoke about the control authorities. I think in the cases with male victims, they were rarely identified by the control authorities, if we mean by this the inspectors of the financial police or of the social insurance agency, but in some cases by the police, criminal investigation, or by social workers. And I think that's sad, and it's sad that representatives of the financial police are rarely taking part in these discussions as we do them every year. And I would appreciate the discussion with those representatives, because I have last year I spoke about this, and with the argument that financial police is just focusing on the tax fraud and on social fraud, and not having in mind the exploitation of the workers, or not overseeing it at all, and just co-working in this business checks with the migration authorities, directly or indirectly, by handing over the people without working permit and residence permit to the migration authorities. So that's a not fulfillment of the EU sanctions directive. In the practice, I think maybe I do wrong to those officers and boards, but I think that's the actual stadium, and we could now talk why this is so, or we could also try to focus on other actors. And we are here in the House of the Trade Unions, and I don't know if I misunderstood Corinna Schumann when she told that the trade unions should be committed. I hope they are committed to focusing on the urgent needs of the most vulnerable workers, who are the ones. There are different issues that increase the vulnerability, but the legal access to the labor market is, I think, the most important one. Regarding the gender issue or gender view, I could say logically males are privileged in many ways, but in this point where workers are identified as victims or not, I would say that there is the risk for males to be also seen, for example, by the financial police as a betrayer, as a co-offender of the tax system, of the social welfare system. And I hope, and I see it, I'm a union member myself, and I in the last 10 years I met a lot of idealistic and engaged unionists that do a good job and help to individuals of undocumented position and claiming for rights. And I would really appreciate to see more cooperation and campaigns of the trade unions too. I know that the political circumstances are really rough, but there is no way then to try to explain to the so-called public that fighting for the rights of the most vulnerable also is a puzzle piece in trying to defend the labor laws, labor rights, and the standards of welfare in our society. So,
yeah, thank you very much. I think this is good luck for continuing. That's important. Vasilis, can you continue telling us just what's going on? You know, you had some good ideas. You had some agreement with Bangladesh, or the country had some. The Greek government had agreement with Bangladesh. Did it help? Whom and what were the problems? Please.
Thank you, Helga. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to update you a little bit on the situation of regularization of undocumented migrants in Greece. In fact, as we have seen in the Choudhury versus Greece judgment, the main reason of exploitation for the purposes of for the trafficking for the purposes of labor exploitation in these Bangladeshi workers in Greece, and I'm using the example of Bangladeshi, but is not exhaustive one, because there are also other nationalities of migrants under the same circumstances. The main reason of their exploitation was exactly their lack of legal status in Greece. We have to admit that during the years of economic crisis, thousands of people were or became undocumented and stuck in Greece, and they have found shelter, let's say, in so-called special economic zones in agricultural areas around Greece, where no police enforcement for migration control was taking place, and these people were living and working under the tolerance of all the local authorities. No labor inspection, no police enforcement, and this was the main reason for their exploitative working conditions. Legally speaking, the execution of Choudhury judgment in 2017 has been terminated in September 2020, and just after that, in the wake of the Choudhury judgment, as Greta report mentions in 2023, Greek authorities have started negotiation with the Bangladeshi embassy and the Ministry of Expatriates in Bangladesh in order to bring this innovative MOU and trying to minimize the number of undocumented migrant workers in Greece, given the fact that, especially after COVID pandemic, the labor shortages have started to become higher in Greece. The conclusion of this negotiation has taken place in 2022, 9th of February. This bilateral agreement has been signed between Greek democracy and People's Republic of Bangladesh, and it indicates the regularization for the first time after 15 years in Greek territory of up to 15,000 Bangladeshi already working and living in Greek territory. This process has been implemented and is still under implementation in during 2023. It was a one-off regularization. Right now, we have almost 6,000 people already taken residence permit from Greek authorities. The residence permit is being given for 5 years for the purposes of seasonal work, meaning that they will stay 9 or 18 months in Greece and coming back and then again in Greece. So the legal basis of regularization was the seasonal workers directive, but with the exemption that it includes also people already in Greek territory. More or less, the regularization itself is quite positive. We have spoken with some hundreds of people saying that for the first time they have the right, of course, to travel to their home country. They can work without the fear of being deported, and above all, that they have the right to choose the economic sector where they will work from now on. They are not stuck in agricultural areas. They can go in the Greek islands, in Athens, in restaurants, etc. And another positive step was that just after the implementation of the Greek-Bangladeshi MOU, the Greek government introduced at the early of 2024 another amendment for general regularization, regardless of nationality, which will be in place during the whole 2024. Under the same or similar, let's say, legal basis with the Greek-Bangladesh MOU, the eligible people should be in Greece more than 3 years from the time of the application to obtain a job offer from any Greek employer and prove that he was in Greece for 3 consecutive years. The implementation of these 2 regularization schemes in Greece are currently in place. Of course, as any administrative procedure, we are facing some other obstacles, like reasons of public order for minor crimes related to the status, to the former status of the eligible people as undocumented migrants, like illegal entry, possession of false documents, etc. In my view, there is a space for better circulars from the Ministry of Migration in order to have a real immunity in place, an immunity law, in order to avoid these obstacles, and we are advocating for this direction.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so on the one hand you are satisfied, but on the other hand it has still to be further developed, but still to serve as a good practice for other countries.
Yes, because I think thousands of people have already escaped from the deep margin of undocumented work and situation that is clearly described in the Chaudhuri judgment. Mm-hmm. This has been terminated at this time. Okay. I think is something very important. This.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this update and for this insight. We certainly will stick to that, and come back next year.
Of course.
So, Michel, I met Michel also because, the country is also like Austria, they were such fond of the migration policy Denmark does.
Oh, yes.
Michel will tell us, but she said, be careful, the things are slightly different. Please.
Yeah. I mean, the goal of Denmark is to make sure that no undocumented migrants work. That would be, I think, that would really suit any politician that one met. But ironically, we know that, in fact, there's a chronic shortage of staff. So I just start with that. I mean, my background in this work is really bottom up. It's not academic. It's from meeting people who are trafficked. And I actually started in this area where, in 2003, where we had a focus on only women. We had to find victims of trafficking and save them. That was the job with the very first organization, 2003 to 2006. Already by 2006, having got to know some of the women and them starting to share who they were on a much broader level, I can remember at one point I asked one of the women, what about all the guys on the street? And this woman said to me, the men have just as many problems as we have. And there I was thinking, oh, well, you know, it's only the women. I came in completely naive. So she said they have many problems. They, in fact, are trafficked in the same way. And this is particularly the Nigerian groups at this point we were looking into. Originally, with this idea that women were the victims, one also had this idea that women were never, ever perpetrators. Then one moved into the understanding, oh, that there were these madams, and then a lot of people pushed back against this and said, yeah, but women are always victims. Then we moved into, I think, a really interesting area, and that was that behind the scenes, in particularly the transnational crime networks, these were run by men. But then if we come back to victims, why is it that men are so rarely seen as possibly trafficked? Why do men never fit into this category? And I think this is to do with the fact that we think men are going to be able to be in a much better situation than women always. And this is most definitely not correct. Whereas women now in Denmark, if they work in prostitution, they will possibly, if arrested, be at least with an idea that they might be trafficked. That's if they're arrested by the police. But men who are arrested by a very large group of immigration police who now go out into the labor areas, they go out into building sites, they drive around and they'll see somebody working in a restaurant at 2 o'clock in the morning. If it's a man, even though, I mean, for any of us here, there would be definitely warning signals, this man will never, ever be in a situation where one thinks this could be a person who's trafficked. They will always be regarded as a criminal. So if you're caught undocumented, particularly as a man working in Denmark, you will immediately be criminalized and you will be moved into a court situation. Women, on the other hand, may well have the advantage of at least someone from the Centre Against Human Trafficking coming in. Men, however, even if the Centre Against Human Trafficking come in and interview them, they will be in a situation which is in some ways very, very different. For example, recently we had a man that I met after he'd already met with the Centre Against Human Trafficking. And he had, in fact, described a story where he was, in fact, trafficked by the Black Axe and had been brought in some years previously. He told this part of the story. But then when he was interviewed in a highly traumatized state in prison, he didn't admit that he had actually was in a situation where he was still working for the traffickers. And that was because when he was arrested by the police, he was told, you are not allowed to work in Denmark. It is a criminal offense, and we are now taking you to prison. So he decided during this interview that when the person said to him, so when were you last in contact with the traffickers, and are you still paying them? He said, no, I'm not working, and I'm not sending any money. Now, what's interesting about the Danish system here is that this resulted in them accepting that, yes, he had been trafficked at one point, but that he was not actually trafficked now, because he wasn't paying the trafficker now. Our job, I know this sounds very strange, but our job then was to go in and to create trust with this person through the work that we do with many, many Nigerians, who then can recommend that it's okay to talk with us. And then we were able to say to him, now look here, you were working in a restaurant, they've already done you for work, they're already accusing you of work. Are you telling me that you're not paying the black acts, that you're free? So he said, no, of course not, I'm still paying. So I said, well now, according to the Danish system, in order for you to be defined as actually trafficked and not criminalized by the state, you just have to say, yes, I'm working and I'm still paying. Mm-hmm. I'm just giving that as an example. There are loads and loads of examples about the work we do. I will not go on any longer. No. I can go into details about the different kinds of traumatization that men suffer from, which also are absolutely ignored. Men are not treated as victims, which, although I hate the word victim, is incredibly important in Danish law, because if you're not identified as a victim of trafficking, you will be criminalized. Mm-hmm. You can't choose. Yeah. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Most interesting. Thank you. Susanne, you said, which we know from you, only access to labor rights and remedies for all workers will effectively reduce human trafficking. So you didn't start first with men, probably first with women, but nevertheless, it's really on all workers, please.
Yeah, that's also only when I came here that I realized that this panel was specifically on men, but maybe that's also good because La Strada International works on all the forms and on all the people, whether they're male or female or anything else. Yes, I definitely think that with supporting workers' rights, including undocumented workers' rights, we definitely will reduce a lot of exploitation and abuse. Whether we will effectively completely stop human trafficking also brings it back to one of the first panels, that this is probably the best prevention measure for human trafficking. I will also try, because I know you're in urgent need of saving time, to summarize a little bit. And if I can give you one recommendation, and I say it every year, please skip one panel so we really have a lot of discussions, because I really liked how the first panels could elaborate so deeply into some of the topics. So my advice to you, next to thanking you very much for organizing this every year. And I think I have to copy what was already said by the person from UNDOC. There are a lot of rights in Europe, and people who know me know that I always focus on Europe, also because I don't have the expertise to talk about everything that happens outside Europe, and neither the time to follow all that. But in Europe and also internationally, we have a lot of rights for workers. And actually, and that was already said by the speaker before me, is that those rights are for all workers, including undocumented workers. And I would just name a few of those rights. That is respect for basic human rights, the protection against violence, harassment and abuse. And maybe good to say that Austria recently also ratified the ILO Convention on Harassment and Violence, and that there are now 18 countries in Europe who have ratified this convention. Also, there is the fact of non-discrimination, which should count for any worker, the freedom of association and bargaining, collective bargaining, the equality of treatment that I think some of the speakers already talked about, the fact that you should have the right to wages and benefits, even though we see that it's often not happening, minimum wage, the safety and the healthy work environment, and the protection against abusive recruitment practices and social protection, and also the access to justice and firewall is mentioned already in international legislation. But all of these rights, unfortunately, I cannot make it very positive. We see that in practice, those rights are very often not granted, especially if you talk about undocumented workers. I will not repeat what you already said, but yeah, they face severe exploitation and abuse on a daily level. Even me, myself, I do get a lot of people, especially now from Venezuela, coming to Poland, and I think literally I get 4 emails a day of people in need, and they should not even reach me. because I'm not dealing with direct assistance work, so I try to refer that. But that also tells something about the amount of calls and reports our colleagues get in the field. So already was said that we need a clear firewall, which is already on paper, to safely file a complaint, because if workers know that at least they can say that they were abused and severely exploited, then at least we can not only better prosecute and investigate the crime, but can also ensure that there's more rights to the workers. So for sure we need better application of legislation. I'm not a big fan of new legislation. I very much agree with a lot of people here in the room. We maybe not need a revision of the Palermo Protocol, because maybe it will be weakened. We were also not in support actually of the revision of the Trafficking Directive, but apparently it was no longer fit for purpose, while all the evaluation reports said it was not adequately implemented, and especially not on victim rights. However, when we hear that legislation is going to be changed, and we heard already about the Employer Sanctions Directive and others, but if we hear that legislation is placed and we follow in particular then EU law, we are trying to advocate for improvement, because we sometimes think that at least when it's on paper, we can improve it. So over the last 2 years, we followed not only the revision of the Trafficking Directive, but also the Victim Rights Directive. And if you're interested, they think that the negotiations only start again in January next year and no longer this year, because the Parliament needs time. And we hope it will be adopted next year. We also follow the forced labor ban, the CSDDD, we follow the single residence permit, in particular with PICUM, the Platform for International Cooperation on Undocumented Migrants, and I think UNDOC is also a member of them. So just what we see when we followed all these legislative processes, we saw that it's very difficult in the legislation to approve it at the moment. This would not surprise you, because we all know what's the current political climate. But it's very difficult to improve this legislation. There's some positive things. For example, the revision of the EU Single Residence Permit Directive now allows a third country national to change employer, although there are a lot of restrictions. And it doesn't require a new work visa application. If a person is exploited, the person gets 3 more months to be unemployed to change employer. But then, of course, a new employer has to fulfill all the conditions set in place, and a lot depends at the national policies and regulations, and so we don't really know how this will work in practice. And we also actually don't know if someone who entered on the basis of a single residence permit directive and is exploited but not identified as human trafficking, if that person has any rights. It's also very unclear if the person who lost the job or left himself, if he actually has the access to unemployment benefits for the 3 months he has to stay. So it could be that he can stay 3 months in the EU and change employer, but not really have any benefits, making him or her very vulnerable. Maybe 2 more things, because I know time is short. With the Victim Rights Directive and with the Trafficking Directive, we also saw it was very, very difficult to improve the rights of trafficked persons and victims. What I made earlier, the comment, it's not that we think people who are in a severe workers should have workers' rights, and also undocumented workers should have workers' rights, and that would prevent exploitation and abuse. We don't want to identify everyone as a trafficked person or a victim of a crime, and it's also, in fact, not possible. The only thing is we have to work with that framework, and that's also why I made that statement, because if you're not identified as trafficked, unfortunately, you don't have any rights in Europe, because we don't have something like labor exploitation clearly defined. Many countries don't even have forced labor separately as an offense. And even if you are recognized as a victim of a severe labor exploitation and not trafficked, you do not have much rights. So I concluded here. I cannot say everything I planned to say, but I think, yes, if we improve workers' rights and undocumented workers' rights, we definitely prevent human trafficking to a large extent.
Thank you very much. Huh? Yeah, and last but not least on this panel, it all starts with the recruitment, yeah, which is correct, yeah. Philipp Schwertmann,
it is.
Please.
Yes, thank you very much, Helga. It is still correct. Actually, last time I've been here, I think that was 2 years ago, I talked about recruitment. And I am now tempted to say the same things again that I said and wonder if someone complains. I will not do so, but instead will broaden my perspective a little bit. Because it still starts with recruitment and should, of course, end in decent work. And in between, there's a lot of thinking and a lot of work to do. And Suzanne and Mike Doddridge and others just have laid the foundations here. I would now like to look at an attempt to bring those foundations into practice and give you my perception of the challenges that emerge in this process. My field experiment is set in Germany. In Germany, the federal government is currently setting up 2 national action plans at the same time. The one is against human trafficking, set up by the Ministry of Women and Family Affairs, and the other one is against forced labor with the Labor Ministry in the driving seat. This action plan refers to an obligation in the ILO protocol against forced labor. At the first glance, compiling the 2 action plans seems redundant, but the plans should complement each other. That's the plan. The one against forced labor strictly sticks to measures that are related to the labor market. And the Ministry of Labor has decided to use the so-called labor approach as a guiding principle. This is pretty remarkable because the labor approach was developed, you might be familiar with that, it was developed in 2012 by Israeli academics as an alternative to the official national action plan by the Israeli government. They felt that it would not address the real causes of human trafficking. So what's the basic idea behind the labor approach? It's actually fairly simple. It intends to shift the power imbalance on the labor market in favor of especially vulnerable workers, not just migrant workers, but workers in general, and strengthen their negotiating power. This prevents both labor exploitation and forced labor, because for the labor approach, the difference between exploitation and forced labor is gradual and not fundamental. This means, of course, that the work starts much earlier, in our example, in the moment of recruitment. The action plan against forced labor does not follow the usual 4 Ps. Instead, its chapters are dedicated to recruitment of labor, labor rights and their enforcement, labor protection and inspection, and lastly, corporate responsibility. Now, what are the challenges that have been faced so far in the process of compiling practical measures for this national action plan? Many of the actors required for the labor approach have so far had little or no contact with the topic. Normally, the fight against forced labor or human trafficking is perceived as the task of the police. This includes the social partners and authorities that control the labor market. So the first task is actually to tell the story differently. One example, during the negotiations leading to the ILO protocol against forced labor in 2014, the role of the labor rights was discussed. To the surprise of many parties around the table, my own government initially took the position that labor rights would not apply to forced labor, as this is a criminal activity and not an employment relationship. This position was understandable insofar as the representative from the Labour Ministry came from the Labour Law Department, and they had little specific knowledge of forced labour. Therefore, I think the task of the anti-trafficking community is to raise awareness of the links between labour market regulation and forced labour and get the players to join in. Like the social partners, we heard that. When the Ministry of Labour presented the plan in Germany to create this action plan and explained the labour approach, there was the representative of a large German trade union who asked, would that mean that the expansion of collective bargaining coverage is also important to combating forced labour? Of course, she's right. This is very likely to have a major impact on the position of workers. And it is also a key issue for trade unions. Which leads me to the second challenge. We must get a clear and shared pictures of the connections between prevention of forced labor and key measures. The authors of the labor approach have already listed such measures, which is do not criminalize workers, do not tie residence permit to one employer, prohibit recruitment fees, which is all correct, of course. But there are many more other measures. They need to be explored and they need to be made explicit, if possible, by involving the responsible stakeholders. This is exactly why the Ministry of Labour has launched a broad mapping exercise and organized workshops with social partners, civil society, and the Bundesländer, the federal states. This mapping process began in-house, where many relevant topics are located, like labor rights and inspection, integration into the labor market, framework condition for public procurement, or corporate responsibility. An example are the Ukrainian refugees who got coming to Germany, but also to the EU, we had that already, who immediately got access to the labor market. And we can all assume that this was one of the most effective measures against labor exploitation and forced labor. But the only flaw, at least to my knowledge, is that the connection was not the reason for the measure, but was seen as such rather in reflection. So the future discussion on labor market issues is therefore important to wear the forced labor lens from the very beginning. And to give you another example, which was also mentioned this morning and afternoon, bilateral migration agreements need precautionary measures against forced labor. It's not just having legal migration patterns in place. There have to be some kind of protection measures. We see that in practice. And these agreements have become very important for all European countries. However, we got the experience that those who warn against exploitative labor in the discussion about the recruitment of skilled workers are perceived as those who spoil the party. But also the great variety of possible measures can be a challenge. Too many and too different measures could lead to loss of focus. For example, in the discussion for potential measures for the action plan, a wide range of already existing integrational measures were brought into play. This feeds the suspicion that stakeholders want to buy their way out. On the other hand, the effective inclusion of migrants would most definitely lead to a shift in the power imbalance between workers and employers. So let me end with a kind of an interim conclusion on the process so far. Even if the content of this national action plan will not meet all the expectations, I think that the process alone creates an added value because it has raised awareness amongst those labor market players who previously have not been involved. And it makes them aware that they have a role to play with their respective topics in order to prevent forced labor and human trafficking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Quick questions, comments?
Is it working? Yeah. Sorry, I have to take the floor myself just to make a very short comment. I would like to correct something, of course, because our Vice President, Corina Schumann, doesn't have the opportunity now to answer because she's not here. Of course, she said that human trafficking concerns us all, including us trade unions. And I would like also to mention that a colleague who is sitting in the working group of the Ministry for Work Affairs is sitting here, Ms. Nikolova. And also we have a second colleague who is engaging in the working group of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. It's Martina Lackner. If there is more interesting for productive cooperation, we are very open to this. I just wanted to, thank you.
Okay.
So,
we got the point. So
thank you.
Kathy.
Thanks very much. Katie Klaffenberg from the International Organization for Migration, IOM. Just one very brief point building on what Philip said about recruitment. I just wanted to share something that we've observed recently in the Austrian context, which is that there is increasing awareness that there is actually a need for labor migration. I think that that's not a big surprise to any of us in this room, but also on a political level, there's an increasing awareness that, we do actually need to open regular pathways for migration, not just talking about highly skilled workers, but also middle skilled and even lower skilled workers. And that we've seen in our dialogue with ministries and also with the private sector, there is interest in engaging on recruitment standards and preventing labor exploitation. I mean, I think maybe we'll see how things are. It's a very big question mark after the election, but there's potentially a window of opportunity for engagement on this issue. So I don't want to be too naive about what we can manage, but maybe just a little bit optimistic that there is, I think, also in other EU countries, increasing awareness that we do need regular channels and thus perhaps potential for engaging on how can we make sure that this happens in a fair and ethical manner and prevent labor exploitation and human trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hope so. Another?
Yes, and a quick question also to Philip, because I was informed that in Germany, as a preventive strategy, that there is a prohibition for labor agencies, what's called the recruitment agencies, that they are not allowed anymore in the supply chains of the meat processing industries. Can you elaborate on? I don't know whether you're aware of or that you know of, and maybe you can elaborate a bit on that.
Sure. Actually, that's a big issue. What was prohibited by law after the corona times was the subcontracting within the meat industry. So there was not actually what we saw before, that there was a huge amount of subcontracting within the meat industry. There have been, I don't know, 5 or 4 steps of subcontracting, and that was forbidden because it was obvious that the working conditions were horrible in the meat industry. So we see that the workers are now employed by the main company, which is good. But we also see that the networks, the supply networks, the networks who supply the workers are kind of still there and sometimes are within the company. So it's not all solved. And there's now the discussion led mainly by trade unions, by the responsible trade unions, to also have ban of subcontracting in the construction industry, and especially in the logistics sector. For example, parcel delivery, we have exactly the same patterns, but it's one of the toughest cookie politically wise. So it's I don't know if we see that, but that was a huge success, and I think that wouldn't have been possible without Corona, actually.
Okay. So thank you very much to this panel. We come immediately to the next one, and the problem simply is that congratulations. The problem simply is that the technique, will be only available until 4 o'clock, and then they said they would maybe just extend it a bit until 4:30. So that's the problem. Otherwise, we could have had more time. So let's. I would like to invite the next panel. Which is Helmut Sachs, senior researcher, senior researcher at the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute of Fundamental Human Rights. Then we have Olivier Peyrou, an author of has dealt or written especially about minors and children in the Balkans and others. We would like to tackle underage forced marriages. We have here Katharina Betzlin, and we have Astrid Winkler. She's now a she's an independent expert, but she has worked ages, for ECPAT and was a founder of that. And we will, so if we go immediately into the issue, I would like to invite Helmut Sachs. And I think we would like at some new, maybe it's not even so new, but some new exploitation ways of children. And this is financial sextortion of children as a business model. Maybe you can tell us what it is. I don't know if everybody is familiar with it and what we can do about it. Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Helga, and thank you for the invitation, and also actually for having a panel on children's rights or on child trafficking. Sorry, my background. At least, last but not least, we will try to make our best from the remaining time. And I indeed will give some context to the topic. In particular, I would like to talk about an area, a space, which actually has not received so much attention, both today and in general, which is the online sphere, especially when it comes to the role of children and the different risks and possible vulnerabilities created in the context of this whole online dimension. I will also explain something about sextortion, which is basically blackmailing children through sexually explicit pictures, so that they are willing to pay or to commit any other activities, perhaps even some criminal action, because of the fear of when they are exposed, what has happened so far. And a bit from the background why I started to become particularly interested in the topic. Initially, it was during my time with Greta already. We had one colleague, Rudolf Christoffersen, a prosecutor from Norway, who actually brought the attention of our group to online child abuse and streaming services. Actually, he was one of the leading forces to expose one of those networks in Norway. And this was about sexual abuse of children online, where you can get codes through chat rooms, through the darknet, exploitation happening or abuse of children, like in some South Asian countries, in the Philippines, where on demand from people sitting at the front of a computer in Norway, through intermediaries, would ask for children to be live abused. And you could order all kinds of tragic services, so to say, or practices there. So this was clearly one of the dimensions which came to our attention from the online sphere, which was about the sexual exploitation of children. And actually, unfortunately, this happened some 10 years ago, that kind of discussions. That's not really something new, unfortunately. And actually, together with Astrid, in 2 weeks, at the Vienna conference, we will also have a workshop on child trafficking, and we will still discuss these practices through case studies from the Philippines, online child abuse and the streaming services. But then 2 years ago, in January 2022, there was an article in The Guardian which said the trouble with Roblox, the video game empire built on child labor. So I'm not sure if everyone knows what Roblox is. No. Actually, hopefully everyone should know about it in the future. It's basically a gaming platform targeting particularly children. It offers actually 18 million different games on that platform, and many of them actually created by children themselves. So it started as a very creative idea to give tools to children to actually become programmers, to develop their own games, etc. And this has flourished very well. But like this Guardian article exposed, the conditions of creating those games are far from meeting any kinds of standards when it comes to, well, it's even difficult to talk about regulated work because there have been cases of girls starting with 10 years to get involved in programming of games. And there is mention of many stories in this article and in similar articles that actually there have been situations of burnout of children because there was so much pressure to finish projects in deadlines. There have been situations of toxic relationships through chats, sexual abuse. And at the same time, we are talking about children, perhaps 14 years old, 15 years old, 16 years old. So actually they are part of an working environment which is online and which is to a large extent completely unregulated because, for example, there have been no work contracts given to those kids. And when they had some questions how to distribute the money, they might perhaps talk to the grandmother. But, well, the grandmother had no idea what Roblox is or what kind of online games might be. And nevertheless, those girls sometimes, or those children, had income which was twice than the income of their own parents at the age of 16. Some of them making more than $100,000 a year without any kind of support. So that is also a form of potential exploitation of children in the online sphere. And just to give a bit of a dimension to that, Roblox is not just any kind of a company, it's a US company based in California. It has, in 2020, it had, I have to check my notes, some 164 million monthly active users, including more than half of all children under the year of 16. And the latest quarterly report from August this year gave daily active users almost 80 million persons. And in addition, there is even a number on the number of hours engaged by those mainly children in those services, which is around 17 billion hours. If you would, I just did some calculation, if this would be just one person, it would mean that that one person would spend 2 million years on this online platform. So it's not something which is happening in isolated areas. It's a completely widespread phenomenon. And there's, of course, a huge commercial element to that. They had revenues over the last quarter of almost $900 million. Last year, Roblox made $2.8 billion. And just for comparison, like we have this big oil and gas company in Austria, the OMV, which has a stock market value of 13 billion euros. Compared to that, Roblox has more than twice of that. So it has a stock market value of 28 billion euros. So it would be quite easy the biggest company in Austria if it would have its headquarters here. And I'm not talking about all the other forms of exploitation here when it comes to the gaming industry, because funny enough, or not funny enough, Roblox is considered free to play because, yeah, you can generate an account which is indeed free. But then you can also start generating income through the games you create on your own. Of course, I don't want to say that all children using Roblox accounts actually are exploited children. Actually, my son has one, and I myself have an account. But nevertheless, just to show the dimensions and the potential and the risks, because in fact, through engaging with those young children and creating a kind of a work environment which is far from anything ILO, etc., thinks of working environment, yeah, it should be of concern to us. Another context to that, there have been BBC reports on online scam centers in Cambodia, for example, where actually thousands of people are exploited, themselves exploited by actually generating those scams, which then have been used for example, for sextortion models. And some of those using or being involved in those scam centers are young people themselves. So the lines between victims and perpetrators become completely blurred. There is some positive aspect to that, if I may say so, because of all this kind of user-generated content in the digital world. You can also trace it, and you can use like open source investigations to identify the traffickers or the perpetrators. Actually, just to announce that we will also have a workshop in November from our institute on online on open source investigations and user-generated content on the 19th of November. I'm happy to share some information on that later on. But nevertheless, coming to sextortion, perhaps now, what I find quite striking is that this actually has now become a real business model. For some time, it was a discussion about pedophile groups, so that they want to enter in kind of romantic relationships for the purposes. By the time now, this is completely different. The basic idea is just to make children produce sexually explicit material, and once they have it, it will immediately be used to blackmail them to send money to various accounts, and that can be done on a kind of a mass scale. And there have been situations of children, because of course children feel shame and fear once they get that kind of blackmailing emails, messages. They fear the exposure, and there have been cases of suicide of children, sometimes suicides happening within hours once they are exposed, because we are talking about kids who might be 14, 15 years old, so they have no idea where to seek support. The parents might not even know about anything of what is going on there, so they are completely left alone. Just a few findings from research, and thank you for my colleague Clara also for that work. From Europol, the latest threat assessment report from July, which also highlighted, on the one hand, the threat from online proliferation of child sexual abuse material, still these practices of live distance child abuse, so that offenders would view live pictures, or not just pictures, video clips from child abuse situations, that child sex offenders are actually traveling to many different countries, like in South Asia, for producing such material. And there is a strong increase in self-generated sexual material from the children themselves, which can be included for sextortion purposes. And then there is this one big final dimension I wanted to mention, which is the emergence of artificial intelligence, which can also be used for all that kind of purposes. There was a case in Spain reported last year, some cyberbullying with suspects. They were all basically children between 13 and 15 years old who took pictures of several girls and then used AI to make from these pictures sexually explicit pictures, and then they blackmailed those girls. And yeah, with all the kind of impact. And with the development of AI, actually deepfakes have become an issue. There are no language barriers anymore because you can communicate in any language. You can use AI to create fake accounts which look like you were communicating with peers, and in reality it's all fake. And finally, to mention those scam centers again, there was a big report last year from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, which showed that trafficking, forced criminality is happening in a large scale, especially again in Southeast Asia, Cambodia, Myanmar, which goes into the 100,000s of people being involved. Could be people from India being basically trafficked to these online scam centers where they actually have to work under very difficult conditions, and at the same time generating just that kind of scam messages which are used to then exploit other children. So it's a situation which actually can affect children across the world in any place where they are. And what I find quite striking here then is when we think about the responses and the discussions like we have in Austria, coming back from this big picture, well, the situation is cool. To what extent are we aware of all that kind of situations? Actually, we are discussing a ban on smartphones in school. Sounds like the easiest way, because people are worried about children not talking to each other in the school breaks anymore. While in reality they communicate, but it's actually not a separate world. They just use online means for the communication. And we have discussions about the health issues and watching all these kind of screens. And we, in Austria, we made it now obligatory to have child safeguarding standards in all the schools, but we failed to actually give any resources to the teachers to develop these instruments and to share it, or not even to share it, to develop jointly with children. So from my perspective, we completely missed the point. Society, schools missed the point, because what remains is the power imbalance, the dependency of children, the shame and guilt still remains the same, whether it's online world, offline world, but there's even less help available from adults, starting already with the lack of technical knowledge or understanding what like Roblox is. Nevertheless, it generates huge profit, so there's a huge demand for that. So I think we should rethink concepts of location, of mobility, our images we have of exploitation, including sexual exploitation, but also labor exploitation of children in the online sphere, to get over this idea of online is something separate. It's part of the life of all the children. Immediately right now, it's not virtual, it's the same reality for all the children. And I think we also have to completely rethink prevention and protection, and to reach out to the children where they actually are, also in the online sphere. So we need to urgently prepare the children as victims, and also to prevent them becoming perpetrators. We need to prepare the teachers. Schools are a key place to reach out. Of course, we need to prepare the parents. We should know as parents what is happening with our kids, and all of that should be grounded in a child rights-based approach, which both empowers the children and holds both authorities, but also the companies, the private sector, accountable to prevent any form of exploitation of children and trafficking. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I mean, first of all, interesting for all of us. I mean, I'm sure we didn't know everything about it. And of course, we have to be attentive, yeah? And we have also to learn, you know, how we can counter these situations. And anyway, you mentioned your workshop soon and other activities. And it will certainly be something with which we have to deal with in the near future. Okay, I give the floor now to Olivier Peyrou. We know him for years, and he's also trying to work, no, not trying, but he's working with children in a special way. Tell us. I have just in mind that you said you take the mobiles away from the children for a certain period. I have it in mind when we spoke about it. Tell us more what it means, or is this contradictory to what Helmut said?
No, not necessarily. I think the point is for exploiting children, now you have new trends. So we have to be aware of this different way to be exploited children. So I know that now the time is going and we are quite in a hurry. So I will focus.
No, it's okay. Just take your time, because even if the technique will not be able to continue, we continue. You know, so that's not
okay.
You shouldn't be too
Without. Okay. No, so I will focus on forced criminality, because it's something that everybody knows here. So I will take the example of France, but we will see that we can find some same things in Western European countries. So in France, until 2018, most of the children were in forced criminality. They were recruited on family basis. Most of them, they were from Eastern Europe, and they were recruiting among Roma communities. So it's something that a lot of people here know well, and those groups are still active. But since 2018, we start to see in France some unaccompanied minors coming from Morocco and Algeria. And when they arrived in France, they were housing by some other member of the community of the diaspora in some place like squat warehouse. And when those children came in this place, they received some medicine like Rivotril, Lyrica. And those medicine, when you take a lot of pills, the effect is that they create a big dependency. So after 2 weeks, they have physically, they are physically dependent of those medicine, and so they create a kind of addiction, an addiction, strong addiction. And with this addiction, they try to use those children for Bulgaria, for stealing people with violent aggression, and it was in different cities of France. Not only in France, it was in Sweden, in Spain, but now I take the example of France. And so the response of the policies, I think it's we start to try to have more police in the center where those children are. Most of them, they were sent to detention center because of aggression, and the political parties, they start to use this question about unaccompanied minors just to criminalize these children who are coming from abroad. So it's a part of the migration, a kind of illegal migration, even if it's not illegal and something like that. And so the unaccompanied minors became synonymous of criminal children. In 2022, in September, we observed that were less and less children in detention center, Moroccan children and Algerian children. And so the idea it was that this response was enough, to just to put them in detention center and these kind of things. But when we make some research, we saw that those children now are exploited for the narcotic business. So they are not so visible because they are just watching, the police is coming in some place when they are dealing, drugs and these kind of things. And so, the authorities are not aware that they are used like that. And so we have a kind of Uberization because in a way they replace those French people were used for this traffic by some unaccompanied children because they are not so expensive. They don't know how it works, so they can't collaborate with the police. And also there is an issue of permit of residence, so they are not very open to collaborate with the police when there are some investigation on that. What is the point here is what we can observe, it's more and more children are targeted by criminal network, narcotic criminal network. In the same case, for instance, in UK, so a lot of people before when we were in this meeting or were speaking about Vietnamese children were used like in cannabis farms, so they were also involved in the drugs industry. We have other cases in Sweden of children who are used to commit crime, to be mules and these kind of things. And the point is, it's not a problem of migration issue, for sure. It's I think the point is on the vulnerability for a criminal network. Now they target children because of their vulnerabilities. And if I go back to France, we have more and more situation of girls who are exploited in sexual sexual exploitation, but those criminal groups are targeted minors, and according to the police unit specialized, the name is Ocret in France, but anyway, now we have 50% of the victim of sexual exploitation, they are minors, Before it was like 80-20, but not 50%. So half of the sexual victim of sexual exploitation are minors. And what we saw, it's those victims now they are used also for narcotics. So we have some girls who are working half of the day for narcotic business and the rest of the time in sexual exploitation. And those groups are targeted child protection system, because if we are looking for, they use the gap of the child protection system in France, but not only in France, with an accompanied minor, which is not very good, with those girls who are in the child system protection, but it's very easy from the shelter to recruit them. And here, this is my conclusion. So we have to be conscious that now child protection system is like a place when different kind of network, but much more connected with drugs, traffic. They are used the child protection system to recruit their victim, no matter if they are from abroad or if they are national. And when I compare with the other countries in Western Europe, it's quite the same model. So you have some little difference for sure, but here it's important because most of the time we have the perspective only from the victim, but we need to understand the business. And now we have this kind of business. And the child protection system alone, for them, it's impossible to fight against that. So this is why it's very important to make a kind of coalition to tackle this phenomena, because now they can make a lot of money with that. Mm-hmm. And it's very hard to combat this phenomena.
Yeah, and you try to work, but tell me, you try to work in a different way, with these children. So give us a short, you're the president of Kucha.
Yeah, so we have a shelter and now a network to protect children victims of trafficking. This shelter, nobody had the address, the real address, because only for pickpocketing, we have some girls used by pickpocket groups, and each month they can make like 25,000 euros. So those, those criminal groups, they can pay a lawyer to take, all the information, and they can add the address. So this is why it's very important to hide those children in a very safe place. But also now we face that children are younger and younger. So in our shelter, it's just for 6 months or 1 year, not more, because they have no internet, no telephone, nothing, otherwise they are immediately contacted by the traffickers, and so they disappear. And so we need to elaborate it some different steps in the child protection system to keep them far away from the traffickers. And the first step is that those children has to be conscious that they are victims of trafficking, because as you said this morning, there is no children who are conscious to be victim of trafficking, and it's normal from my point of view, because if I want to exploit a child, and this child say, okay, it's Mr. Peru exploiting me, I can't exploit them, So if you can't control his talking, it's not possible to exploit them. So if it's very conscious, it's not possible. So it's making sense why they are not conscious that they are victims. And our work is just to try to help them to be conscious and to, in a way, add a kind of auto-protection, to know how to use the social network or Roblox and this kind of place of discussion, even if it's for gaming. Because otherwise, if they are not learning that, it's not possible to keep them in a safe space all their life. So you have also to work on that, how to use all these tools, but the need for their socialization. So we can't say stop social network and this kind of things. So yes, this is the work.
I think there are quite a few questions, how you do that. I mean, we know that children run away, from what we consider protection for them, So we would have to know how it works with in your way, so they are closed in or what? Yeah. So I don't.
No, it's not like a detention center or something like that. It's a place in the countryside, far away from any public transportation, trains, highway or something like that. So and there is no possibility to access to internet or to phone, and also we have a big staff. So we have a nurse, we have a criminologue, and a psychologue. So there is a big staff, because it's just for 6 months, and in French we say we are speaking about emprise. It's like psychological manipulation, and we work on this déprise. It means that to re-manipulate, to resetting, this manipulation. This is why we need to have a very important staff on health, mental health, physical health. Otherwise, not possible to work. But if we are not stopping with mobile phone, internet, it's not possible to work if we are not stopping the connection in these 6 months.
Yeah. It's interesting, yeah. We certainly are going to hear more about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I move on. Next issue we would like to discuss shortly is underage forced marriages. Katharina Betzlin, is this a problem here? Is it a big problem? For whom and what? Please.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation to speak on a subject. We have just finished a project. Helmut was part of the project team. Mariam Alemi had the lead of the project. She was here in the morning. And Najwa Dutza and Rebecca Hof from Orient Express, they were in our team too. The connection between forced marriage and human trafficking is very clear now to everybody due to the new directive of the European Union that amended the original directive from 2011. And now it's clear that forced marriage is one of the exploitation forms that can fulfill or shall soon fulfill all the offenses concerning human trafficking. I think it's very important that we look especially to the young victims, persons under the age of 18, called children in the international context, because they usually are not victims of typical forms of coercion, but they are in an imbalance of power to their parents or uncles or whoever wants to marry them against their will. So usually you do not need means of coercion you usually find in the penal codes, but Austria amended the offense concerning forced marriage with a so-called offense-specific means of coercion. Now it's enough to threat with the breaking off or withdrawing of the family contacts. So it's enough if the mother says, if you do not marry this man, we will never have any contact with you again. This is enough to fulfill this offense. But there is still a point that is a great problem in the Austrian law, and I think not only in the Austrian law. This special offense with this special means of coercion only applies to formal marriages. If it's only an engagement the child is forced to engage, or it's an informal marriage, like it's common in some communities, then this special means of coercion doesn't apply anymore, although it's even more important because usually younger people are involved in engagements or these informal marriages, because they know that formal marriages are not allowed at this age, so they use these other forms. And then, we have no offense fitting to that. But although I'm a criminologist and focusing on criminal law, I have to admit that criminal law is not the means you can deal with forced marriage at all. Not even forced marriage, also human trafficking. It's a great problem because we usually have very few reports, especially if the victims are children or very young. I looked at the numbers for Austria concerning forced marriage, but all, not only young victims, also adult victims. There were 82 reported suspects in 7 years. We have this special offense since 2016. And only 8 people were sentenced in these 7 years. So you can imagine that there is, even in Austria, a great dark number. There has also been a study by Birgit Haller, together with Eberhard and Hasenauer from the Institute of Conflict Studies in Vienna, and she looked at 36 cases that were dealt with by the Child and Youth Welfare Service in 2021, and not one of these cases was reported to the police. In fact, and this is, I think, quite interesting, and I think it's a good development, there are even cases that went the other way around. Children that contacted the police, and it was not quite clear at that moment if there is really an offense, or maybe the child is only feeling there might happen something. The police transferred these cases to the Youth and Welfare Service without acting on their own. And in fact, this is far better for the children, because then we have the possibility of mediation, of contact to the parents in a way that does not cut off the possibility of a nice solution for everyone. Yeah, and to make this clear, some of these cases, I think it was about half of the cases, the 36 cases in 2021, in the end turned out to not to be cases of forced marriage, but only domestic violence. Yeah, but of course this is bad too.
Doesn't make it,
not really better. No, not really. Okay. If it's not the penal law that will help us, then it's of course prevention. And here I want to point out a project of UNICEF and UNFPA called the Global Program to End Child Marriages. Here a lot of money is spent in, I think, 20 countries with the highest number of children being married underage, and $170 million are invested in some years. It's a longer period, I think 10 years or so. And for example, they focus on Ethiopia, where 40% of the girls are married underage. And they support financial support for the families. They offer better education opportunities. So it's really attractive, both for the children and the parents, not to think of a marriage anymore at this point, because there are other opportunities for the children for the future without challenging their childhood. I think I will finish here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I think it's quite interesting also to hear about that and to be aware that there are things going on. Yeah, thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to ask Astrid Winkler to take the floor. And we all know, there's a tendency sometimes to put everything under the issue of human trafficking, and sometimes not enough. So, and this time, there are some more offenses which should be part of anti-trafficking or of trafficking, and we would like to discuss with Astrid whether this is good or bad, or what we would have to take into consideration. Please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Helga. Yeah, not being a lawyer or a legal coming from a legal background myself, I stumbled over the new direction and the inclusion of the very topics like exploitation for surrogacy, for forced labor, for forced marriage, and for illegal adoption. So coming from, as you mentioned already, from a child protection and child rights background, and working for over 20 years for the Austrian branch of international organization network ECPAT, the first idea was, of course, all these three categories or new forms of exploitation are related to children, so it's definitely good that they are now included and defined as forms of exploitation. The second thought was, okay, these are quite difficult forms of difficult phenomena, as we just heard, also from you, Kati, and not so easy, especially when it comes to minors. So how is it being implemented? How will it be possible to be transposed into national law? And how do we draw the line then? Because the phenomena exist by themselves. Some are as criminal phenomena, like forced marriage. Surrogacy, for instance, is not even allowed in Austria, so we do not have it simply because there is no legal framework for that. And illegal adoption is, as far as I know so far, is not dealt with in the penal code, but under civil law. So yes, I mean, it is beyond question that these phenomena could fall within the scope of trafficking, and there was, of course, evaluation done by the European Commission, and it showed higher and higher numbers of these phenomena over the past years, and so there was good reason to include them into the directive. But I have also heard and read already about different experts who exactly were wondering, how do we practically deal with this new phenomena under the trafficking framework. And for example, if we look at the exploitation of surrogacy, yes, I mean, this is I have fantasy, and I could imagine that coercing or deceiving women into acting as surrogate mothers, promising them certain amounts of money which they never get, or using other means of threat or deception, but usually by intermediary agencies. Yes, I could imagine that this is could be a case of trafficking. When it comes to forced marriage, Kati Petzlin just explained and spoke about that. Well, the connection for me, though, is not so clear, because, for instance, as you were explaining, the Austrian law, I mean, actually it can not even be applied for underage girls, because Austria changed the law. I think soon it will, legally marriage will only be possible from 18 years onwards. So they changed the law, right? And so they will change it, yes, but they agreed at least on that, so they will change it, and that does mean under the Austrian legislation of forced marriage, minors cannot be dealt with because they can never engage into an official marriage. But on the other hand, when an underage person is involved, I mean, this is always from a child protection point of view, it can only be forced, because if the child is not able to give consent yet, it is something which is forced, imposed on the child against the will, or the child is not able to give informed consent, of course. So this is already quite complicated, and so now I'm not going further because we don't have the time. But what does it now mean when we put that under the trafficking framework? Yeah. So in this respect, I mean, forced marriage and trafficking, especially when it comes to minors, I'm lacking a bit of fantasy. With illegal adoption, I have some fantasy. Yes, and the typical case of an illegal adoption, of a so-called illegal adoption, what I can imagine is that parents who are in a strong have the strong wish to adopt a child, and it takes way too long with the official procedures, and they end up adopting a child from a country that is not part of the Hague Agreement, and we know already from many cases, I mean, in different countries, that of course you have also there this criminal agencies that charge a lot of money, and very often the children have parents and or have at least one parent, and they pretend towards the adopting parents that the child is an orphan. So I mean, in this case, when there is a criminal agency involved, of course the parents who have a good intention cannot be held responsible unless they knowingly would accept such a criminal procedure, because also under the new directive, the knowingly use of services from trafficked persons are also included, at least as an so they could be punished by then. But how to prove all that when this happens in a country as I was saying, outside of Hague regulation, I also have no idea. So despite all the relevance of that, I was asking myself, okay, we know that over the past 15 to 20 years, the proportion of children that became victims of trafficking did increase quite significantly. So I have here the usual UN ODC numbers. And in 2004, we had 13% minus, and 2020, we had 35%. So something. So we all, I mean, the world and those who signed up to the Palermo Protocol. Something went wrong if the number of children, the proportion of children, could increase that tremendously. We have other problems, not only since 2015, when Europe was confronted with the very high influx of migrants, the increasing number of migrant children going missing from reception centers did reach an alarming magnitude, as we know. And there is still not really a method, a strategy how to deal with that. Furthermore, all countries struggling around the also very known gap between identified investigated cases and convictions. This gap became even bigger during the COVID pandemic, and finally, yet importantly, also applying, as we heard already today, the non-punishment principle does very often not work at all. So a lot of challenges on gaps in relation to the already existing legislation. And actually, I wanted to finish with questions to be discussed with all of you. I mean, with you and with you, but we don't have time enough. So maybe we can take the questions with us for the for discussion next year. How can we as societies improve our actions to prevent and combat child trafficking, improving identification of child victims and getting them out of the vicious circle of exploitation and trafficking, especially when the crime takes place within the so-called social near field or family is involved? This is what we will discuss in the task force conference workshop, Helmut and us in the very workshop. And the second question, moreover, do we really do enough to understand the phenomenon of child trafficking in order to be able to come up with really targeted measures on all levels, namely prevention, protection, prosecution, and partnership? And I become always a bit jealous when you speak, Olivier, about your knowledge and about, I mean, you have done so much research on that, and you're following, of course, the phenomena and the changes and the new trends in your country, but I think also in Europe. And I really think we need to do more baseline research. I mean, of course, on country level, but on European Union level, and I'm also missing that a little bit.
Yeah, thank you very much for raising these issues. Kathy has a comment.
I think I was too short before. I have 3 comments. First of all, if there are a higher number of child victims, maybe it's a good sign, so that more of them are identified, because we have a large dark number we don't know. Coming back to the penal law, it also applies to forced marriages that happened in the country of origin. So if refugees come here or immigrants, and it turns out that there was a forced marriage with their partner, or the one is the perpetrator maybe, so he can pursue it in Austria. And finally, it's very clear that forced marriage is already now part of human trafficking according to our offense, because usually you have an appropriate intent, at least, that there will be a sexual exploitation, because being forced to marry someone one does not love, and then you have to have sex with them, of course, this is a sexual exploitation. And the other way around, we know from many, many cases that these women also are exploited in the households. So typically, forced marriage cases are, even at the present time, part of human trafficking.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, we don't believe it. We have come to an end, yeah? Yeah, there is always the question, is it too long? Is it too much? But first of all, you know, our innovation in anti-trafficking expert group is so big, you know, that when I start to prepare such a conference, I don't like, yeah, I think, oh, this person and here and there and that. And then the next thing is, well, we could also have said in the afternoon, let's talk about protection in general. No, but there is something special on women, you know, we haven't done it for quite a while, and on men, and then children. Anyway, children are always at the end, which is not correct, you know. Next time we dedicate, but I promise already for quite some time, you know, we should have children, the problem of children more prominent, you know, discussing. But okay, whatever. I think it was, from my point of view, I think it was most interesting. Yeah, thank you very much to you all. So I mean, you are all there still, you know, the whole day, and this is really a challenge. I know that, you know. So thank you very much, and at least what we can do is Lizzie Candle has organized just the next door some beer, if I may say, and some sweet or whatever, you know, so we can get together a bit and discuss and with the others network. And let me thank the technical support. I'm also here well aware that it has almost become exploitation, but it's just we just managed. Yeah, we just managed a few minutes before. So thank you very much, and of course we continue because, as we all know, the issue is pressing, is important, and we said, yeah, because I see Katharina from the UNDOC who wants to know more about that. We certainly can organize something, you know, that a special group, you know, can get deeper into the matter and all these sort of things. So thank you very much. The conference is closed.